But all man listen and jusqu'à stop. Because you know be expose the cover now. Yeah. So jusqu'à là they work for they say they do all things but you have to defend a shop. With all my way you know they don't store they know see that shop. So now they not jusqu'à now build the own self now out of the periphery riches. Come on now tell me my that bad now. You can't be here can't open your own shop. Tell the take your shop now. You understand? They didn't guess. That people
no one I said, no one I said
yes. I mean, we're talking fine, but we get around that snap.
Normally, when you see some people from a distance, you judge them differently.
Then a man so you don't build some dressing portfolio online. Yes. Granny was champagne, you know. Granny was champagne.
Like Biggy girl. And I was saying like Biggy girl.
No, you get saying that nothing. That get nothing. That can affect big girl. That can come out to game master school. Come out cover periphery. Nobody get no loss.
Yeah, that's Instagram.
Yes, that's very famous. It's a strong.
They get to like Jesse. I should like to have a cup. They think I like Jesse.
Yeah, I like a man. I man get those to a man. You don't know. That person, money maker. That person mature. You understand? Money maker is.
That way you start that game when you get that shop eating around 17 years.
You understand? But you know, step, you know, motor drive inside the Douala.
I see them do
I open that shop, you don't get shop owner.
My first video for Bombon City.
Diamond.
You don't see for Bombon City. Where you take the jet to, or in a charter jet. Yeah, where they come up and make that camp for my video. 2018. I tell you, just started money. Yeah. Nigeria, all them. Wanted them, boy. Go ahead, live on outside and live lavish.
Everyone, you don't want it.
Yeah. Live lavish. Hey, don't try.
They use money like crown. They just broke up.
These are wise. If you see how they
suspect them. Believe the guys arrange them. Pick them. Let me see. Pick them. Pick them. Yeah. Let me see.
You will be there. Arrange. Can't enter range for them.
Security. Under security. Government security.
Yes, no.
So what begin to make you pay under government
Pay
security?
them.
But it's what I don't pay them. They come out the video, all the event. I see the camp, open. That ratio, that white ratio was.
Get it to plan with those shit.
Ratio was like, put out with lots of blue. Can't come home, military, the gas was like,
Travelers.
Ah,
Big can, no try. Big can, why? Okay, check now we the Bitcoin no can we all invest in you know how much you actually invest on Bitcoin only one. Understand? That level. This is now that close they say that. If that very market, only WhatsApp. He say oil. What's up status? It's not saturate. I will status is thick every day. That's why you thick. You open it only kind design, kind.
You don't brand yourself back.
No, don't try.
Yes, so speak. Page they post only.
Even for Instagram, it's still Instagram. Only post them. Yeah, people they joke.
You only say they have post on we are feeling remember that I birthday. They important government security.
That baby don't can do other get grounds to do other. They say if you do other man. Yes. One of the highest men the visa market where they control inside all these shop kinds of that get Watson. Why they call it Watson? What it is I mean market there?
We don't want to call it. We don't call it. So we are man. Inside of
Abraham.
Perfect.
I mean, but designer chick says no. I just say you go get dog up your shop to go there. That mean that boy for open shop na the problem. Oh, yeah.
The umbrella say fine.
The umbrella say, man, it's that the umbrella say.
The shop, the single apples.
Jusqu'à outline the service à partir the highest periphery. Il est ça. Il est job il est ça. Il est what you see what he like. Il represent online. You understand? Now why they install online offline you represent the balance am. You see man the guys say ah necessarily I say.
So small boy na to declare the permit and clears.
No tell everywhere no the child want mix grand he dress na happen. They American behavior. Flop till them skin. Where's the kind punch shoe? Shit, funny. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, man. Change the way come on, you wear the change. That one we don't know come on, you wear na he. Yeah.
You were updated all things as well.
All things were seen.
I just feel like 1.something million.
Yeah, 1.something million. It's paid 1.something million.
You know, create lifestyle. You don't create lifestyle if you ground. All that's the people they try that kind of lifestyle. You don't understand people they think they like. You live the lifestyle, you say the lifestyle. You enter club, you start one, you go see first. You eye glass, you go shine and different. If you go green, you shine.
And he gets some money to keep it. He gets a grand bush. And that can control all the other. What you buy in a company? Most of the things buy in a company. Website. Yes. Now why did you get a cheap name? Yeah.
No, I just say no business.
You pay very in English.
Yes, I told myself they just say no.
And go all that lifestyle you live and all the men they become a corner and machine men, you know. Yeah, so all machine
Normally now,
men.
most things they buy.
You
Now
see,
guess when they buy
for them like one business, no.
yeah.
Be closer to this man that they will be highest market.
Yeah.
Some boy they come they go home. I don't play with you.
When they come,
Like home is shut down. Come na say madam give one bag.
as they cancel, no money enter private Bukaro. They come and they can them all no French
They
money.
never come to go say the richest boy one
They
day.
can't just say,
You get shop there.
Engine na here room na room one of the biggest lounge in town. The biggest lounge.
You know what's that?
They ban
Who's face back?
I really can't
this day na my compound. Down by the Lucas.
they can't maintain.
The lounge that be local.
No, the lounge for here is.
I like that video. We look at you.
As you don't come out,
You never walk out.
oh yeah, right. As you come out, you come out Insta story.
As you come out, you go to
What was the wine bar? They call that thing a wine with rivers. Oh yeah, right.
Yes,
Wrong kind of
you're right.
I have the one.
The ground.
I know the my short now.
I remember time we say fish the
Yes.
I remember well time we say fish the they don't open at the basket.
Yeah.
They have no time to remember me. I mean, you know, we say in the room, say, I don't be doing
Why
it.
you look?
I always pay online or pay a company or do a. They don't spend that money, but the man can spend money to chop, drink, see me
When my
walk with
mother
you.
come up, please.
But I don't be told you, I don't be told you a couple of times, but I don't be listening.
Look there, you don't ever listen to
You be
that.
ever be
Yeah, when I go out,
listening. Let me say, he the word
When I walk up to my t-shirt,
Yeah, yes, yeah. Except so.
the woman, except because me chopper, as me walk with pay, you run pay back to tea, run pay back.
And some people come on left you by the market, they walk to Washington. Washington we go up to way, you know we see Washington by Chong na Chong. Ubameda, Ugo na Jobe Yaounde. Why I say that you up some new money inside down. And some people come up, and so that the biggest is Ubameda. Yeah. We visit the crash to it. Yes, we crash. Yeah. Come on, Levi. Don't forget.
Small town now, yeah.
But that might get a Washington this nonsense management. But you see that man take more, they put more the brand ambassador. Listen, that pity say make that bar.
I just said it, but
See, ever since that they enter that bar, their life has changed.
But that man chop.
He worry.
He chop. Wakanda.
He put it all side Wakanda. I know Washington don't say it to very Wakanda, but you watch this. If you chop Washington, if you eat dog Washington, if you talk Washington morning, afternoon, evening, everywhere, Facebook, Instagram. I said, when you can enter Washington, so she know more than 1 hour. Wakanda don't come walk in, walk boy.
You don't know. You don't know.
Yes, Wakanda never see.
Can't import it for BD. You go to BD. They say BD na. I say, child. Yes.
That thing is, so we go to acting workshop and carry Wakanda, go acting workshop. Go acting workshop with blue pen. As go acting workshop with blue pen, go to some short man for me. We just start some kind way, oversee, we'll be oversee the responsibility because we get plan, we come out with that song. You understand? We give them whole head, you know, one who say and then they say go. Then also short man be what I make remember that way after the do on night that day. So I'm looking at mass now na celebrity that kind thing. Come on, we push on the Washington. So why am I master they say DJ so short DJ so DJ is just like the you don't know school should not do that corner see level. Like play like this man mention and say was Joe we start talk about Susie we talk the way we don't feature song stand there no Arisha we talk that man should not dance why I say look Susie they talk and they open they say me go even one of the popular models and the salary as they open and watch am they send me for me and find out you know say that release of me and find out they show it face so they the highest model they show it yes then they open am now only pop that man show that like you want to go you over me one so that's oh say no I'm not voice I'm manager watch this I'm going to take I'm at a different side. So now this one, I'll be sure this man salary don't climb really nice.
Very nice, mama. If you decide now, we can walk on one night.
They like it.
I will can walk time one time.
Yeah, if you can walk time, they get some kind of say lunch of a home for some you understand me? He go for this, you know, overcarry himself with brand ambassador. You see brand ambassador, if you get for make up the see that you see so shocked saying I that so you understand me? Then you go, if you over there outside, same me no matter. Yes, no it's sitting.
Yeah, that is it.
That is in a more is
Like Korobo.
like long, la mode, take the jirani back.
15
seconds. 14 seconds.
15.
Voilà. 14h45.
14h45, oui. Donc 15 14 moins 15.
They pass the tree, bring my monster. They pass the tree, no, bring my monster. If you know the talk of my monster, so my monster don't ever carry that.
But I don't get to do
I can hear my monster. My boy and my monster.
Okay.
Yes.
MC. Ah non, c'est moi.
One time just I watch and they show me that I use this.
Once about Mamela, no, Mamela don't know new school. You understand? You don't do upper. I say, check me about Biggy in our school. Why is that before me, let me talk again? Until I let me over talk again. We're at old school, though. Yeah. So when I say I'm going, I do now let the cafe over make noise. You understand? Because I new school. Yeah. That kind of levels. Still don't change no. Battle don't change. Yes. People don't change. People don't turn. I see that you have now. I say.
Oh, so much. God bless them, my friend. Ivan.
I hope you ever check say if you take some stars.
So you, if you want to say people, if you go buy, if you go buy anything, if you go buy anything for
Different level.
and then you want me to offer like, if you want to see a brand ambassador, offer like price change. Price will be
So you want to see me serve you?
yeah, if you want to see a brand ambassador, offer like that, you make everything. Price automatically change. Price change. People they come there to buy that there for more than the money. See na brand ambassador.
Wakanda Susie, butterfly Vixen.
Butterfly Vixen. See you. to book headline.
Yes.
Now yeah, it's
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I like Cameroon game, Nigeria. That one dangerous. So you know we talk about it. Now if you dangerous, connection level will be. So that guy put food. Cameroon make money there. Underground there. Actors them.
And then so that he charisma for this. He get charisma. He dey on set. Oh.
They push our what's up?
He bad. When he dey on set, you see the star model. See the do on the really do. He get charisma bad.
Callistus, you are presenting now. You are presenting, right?
Is there anything you two have come up with?
For where?
I'm not assemble the points.
Ghana?
No.
Come, let's do what
It's a top
Present us.
Hey.
Yeah, you don't know you go.
I say.
You go present us. How you didn't talk to me?
Where's Diamond? Ish. Are you presenting?
That's present.
I wrote the point somewhere. I drove a draw.
I'm the jury.
Any other time I can read this now. Okay, we have about 6 points already. Apaki have around 2 or 1, I think. Apaki is all everything.
3% yesterday.
Yeah. The 1. Mine is 1.
cultural beliefs.
2.
And I guess population of the one.
Yeah. Okay, you take Maronis, you take cultural 2 points. Okay. How will you do that? So you take Diamond taking 2 points, cultural belief, and barrenness. Callistus, will you step down? Okay. The reason here is that we can't develop the points. So somebody has to develop the points. We are only against you don't buy vehicles. Okay, then. So you talk about okay. I will talk about populations. I'll be the first speaker. She'll be the second one. And of course you'll be the last. Which means you can use that one because of now each what we do is when you before you land before you land on whatever rubbish the person said. First of all, How many wives did Isaac have? Two. I'm not making it. It's like all five pieces. Or is it three or four? Four. Okay, I'm saying yes or
We speak in a point. Then I see.
Two judges now. Give it to us. Give me a hand. Give it to us. Now guess who did two trades? Yeah. Please.
C'est combien de minutes? 10 minutes. Commencez maintenant. Ok, on mange à cuisine. Cuisine.
You are a judge.
Yes, George is sitting there.
Efficiency
Pardon, MC, je vais te sortir. Ma fille est à la chimie sur la
Some compte.
Adage, patience, Dieu donné, fish, angel, Darius, Anadim. Le groupe Bishop, Diamond, Callistus, Anson, Queen, Afad, Clement. 5 minutes.
Yes.
Is it? My mouth shut up. Derek, give my glasses. C'est maintenant qu'on va préparer. Tu parles même pas de la sorcellerie là. Pardon, arrêtez ta sorcellerie.
À date avec les bibas.
Your pen is with Hansen.
Yes, I remember.
Yes, in my prom.
I love that man.
You know the music and they are sing the same this thing. Yeah, I know sing this. Yes, I know sing
Papa le tourne comme ça. Allez chercher tout un diable de tout. On va pas bien.
you know this song is free. That's the only one sing. Do you know song?
I'm trading my sorrow.
You don't hear that song? American. That's what you do now. In your music.
No, instead, so let's secretary. Yeah, our pen. Is it Eucharistus? Yeah, Eucharistus. My pen, is it? You know your is it there?
said we should not be good people here. We should be giving war. Wash, you eat and you don't wash. Somebody come and talk about it. You tell you, say, go and sit down. That's what they want. Take. Hello. Sorry.
Cameroon, don't skip.
I can only translate in there. I don't know what the word is in English. Like the way exactly.
And that's c'est Mary. Mary.
Mary
Deserve.
Vérité.
Yes.
Voilà. Ça c'est mon beau. Ça c'est mon beau.
S'il vous plaît, on commence au ceux qui sont à la cuisine.
Discrimination. Ah, that conflict over here for Broga point there. Favoritism. The conflict here for Broga point there. Get this silly point in your doing next. This idea for it makes you the opposite of not being gentle or responsible. Irresponsible. If you are irresponsible in the sense that if you are going for a meeting or for something that you need to take your wife along, it will be difficult for you to take or more wives with you. No, not discrimination. I don't know the word for this, but I have the idea. Man, how can you be like, I don't know what is portability, irresponsible, or what. Like if you're going for a meeting that they say you need to come like a couple, it's easy to literacy. Let me see the literacy. They are doing, I am with my point, I really can even for that literacy issue. I did talk to you know, like you can want to go for a meeting, or they say you should, you're having a meeting to attend, you might not go for that meeting, or you want to come here to begin like a couple. To carry a single life model reason. Please develop me the comment.
Bonsoir, bonsoir à tout le monde. Bonsoir. On va commencer avec le début de nos activités. On va avoir le programme du jour. Donc, maintenant, maintenant de 15h03 à 15h13, on aura le prix du News qui sera donné par Dieudonné. Pardon?
Non, c'est comme toujours.
Et de 15h13 à 16h13, on aura un débat à faire. De 16h13 à 16h23, à 17h23 pour moi, on aura Angel qui va nous parler quelque chose, un sujet important. Après, on aura une pause. Après ça, de 17h35 à 18h35, on aura un jeu de parcours. On va faire ici. On aura un jeu de parcours. Et de 17h35 à 19h30, on aura un défilé de mode. Please, on aura un défilé de mode. Le défilé de mode, c'est en bikini, tout le monde en bikini. Donc, si Biggy nous autorise, il va nous fournir la musique. Merci. Et après ça, on aura un jeu de changement de personnalité. Je vais vous expliquer le jeu après, quand ce sera son heure. Donc maintenant, on va commencer avec Dieudonné qui va nous faire traduction, pardon. Traduction, pardon.
Ils sont là-bas.
It'll be a game. It's a game.
Passion parade. Oui, beginning.
That's why it's after the game. C'est après le jeu qu'on a le film là.
Oui, après le jeu qu'on a
Après le jeu, after the game, on a le jeu. Inside television.
Et après, maintenant, on a un autre jeu à faire.
That's the game that she's
Dieudonné,
Yes.
please.
Yes, I'll read the news from here. Yeah. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. Why worry yourself? Why worry yourself? I'll read the news anyway. It's okay. It's not a chance for that. Let's the shares. Yeah, leave the share. Come there.
People.
My mommy them, my papa them, and I welcome for Pidgin News. As I used to talk, good morning, bono. All I say good morning. Today, we hear all the truth we go on for inside quarter. We hear all the conversation we happen for inside quarter. If you hear my voice, na my name. If you hear my name, na my voice. I mean, as I the talk today, the sponsor for the news today, na yellow card. So as we go on, we will go for the story, then we will go hammer today. Today we come now with slash hammer. Yesterday, we get some program where the B say you get for carry ball, you get for carry ballon with your mob, with your own combi, when I work out, when I go put them for top pocket. As it pass, plenty people they know for feed one, but the few people the way they be carried on that program, they be do am fine. Till today we see with any big man, it give me the result for who do am fine and who not do am fine. But as it be, according to for quarter, the one with the cash headline and security. Alpha with Nadine. Their own it be fine plenty because Alpha will come go 10 Nadine say if you still do am so next time, I sure say they married people they go one side. Now we will go for singing competition. For inside house now today we will see Beyonce them. We see Rihanna them, we see Jay-Z them, we see Soso Toriwanda, we see John Menang them, we see kind people them, Koto Baz them, Koti Francois, they be come out only for here. Lady Pons, yes. I tell you say, within 1 hour, some people then they produce Bikusi. That group, they be come on for Queen Mother group. They sing Bikusi for inside 1 hour. All man dance so yes swear they finish Henneken, they finish Brazilian product for here. We enter for program for people the way they get punishment for compound because big power for us it be give punishment for Clement and not only why it can't happen so it. Some people they sleep for this village.
Queen Mother. Sit up.
Sit up.
Everyone should participate.
Everyone should participate
and concentrate.
and concentrate.
No, continue from there.
As it be, as I talk before, man will do for my keyboard for 10 button, he press button. I'll be there for chapter for not only white, he was a crime. What it happen? It happen say them be the clean compound. Now them be the wash all street for the house. Now them be the feed all man for this village. All man they sleep over food so they smell. They woke up for 12 o'clock. So one day one woke up breakfast don't come for bed. The one day they day 2-2. They take breakfast now they say for woman say, hey, I don't give you breakfast. But we people they day for back, they walk now who. And on the white with the creme. Creme be been a chef cooker. He cook say ukani. Noni na man wey he clean all plates. He go for toilet they smell good. Toilet they come up perfume. All man they go sit down on top. He didn't chop drink big for toilet. That will not end here. Not end. All man for village now go the sweep. All man go the cook. No be so no be why he and Clement. Bye for that side. We end our chapter for truth or dare. Truth or dare means reality. Now some jambo way, if they call your name, you say truth. Means if you give for talk one true thing where it happen around you, they will ask you question you answer. Dare means reality. They will tell you say you must do so and so thing. They will tell you say okay, like that yesterday they say make me like I jump hit this ceiling, 25 times. Now they dare that. It be reality. Some people will drink 10 liters for water. But Sika said they no one there. The one they drink 1 gallon. But Sika said no one there. Masa Hansen, they be woke up and go up. They say, make it go and chook the own mouth with that one for McDo. They decide say he go drink better 10 liters for liver. Drink them. People they go compound, they want to see it go peace, it come back, it go peace, it come back. Then Mr. Dieu donné for. Then they call and say, make it go Kneel down for Magno. Tell Magno say, I am sorry for telling you that, according to the way Big Grandma talk, for telling you that, I will ask you how you do 24 hours, you enter a serious relationship. Master Fonse waiting, he say, over my dirty body, I don't fit do that one. You dey drink 15 liters of water. The whole night, people they sleep for that compound, you go peace. Go peace. Okay, we enter for that power for Vena, what is Saint-Anne, and the other woman in the village, they be decisive shop, don't shop for village. For security village, they use now one pot for cook. They use now one kitchen for cook. But so one man day, they chop all things for compound and grow big. So Vena, Saint-Anne, with other women, other community women, they do it. The whole Nugambe, they say wait. You know what chop. They talk about who? They talk about fish. Fish say I must chop. They say you know what chop. The matter is aggravate for Big Grandma. He enter for level waiting. The only solution I say waiting, then I get for send hand, he pick up from pan. He run down. Sometimes do waiting, he carry gas bottle. They dislocate all things for kitchen remain empty. So the power baby is soft. We come up for that level and forget to say they carry even spoon. Lots of time, they carry other one, they run with them and other things. So before we want end this part for news, we begin to person we want to show you something from inside studio. As when I will go on with other things when I wait, and I will give Masa Tok, Masa Komosa 1 minute. Maybe Masa Komosa will bring some display. Can show you now for inside news. I'm coming.
It's advert time.
Welcome back to that short break. As Master Tok be the talk. Hey, it's say plenty people there. They don't call you. They say when Master Tok be talk, people need to laugh, people need to smile. So Master Tok be see and say plenty people for village they need to laugh with security. So when they don't get teeth, so when they need to wash teeth. So it will be a problem. So Master Tok bring some this man say he can't show her people for village. They supposed to wash them teeth. You know, say in those days, our parents they wash teeth with they wash them with a stick. But today, white man don't come with something they call as a brush. But plenty people for village they don't know how they use brush. Brush na this thing where they wash mouth. For make a your teeth shine, man. So that when people talk something, you find you go laugh. You know what they laugh? Okay, it be everything. Brush this so they hold on soap. You put them soap. You wash them soap. You take them up, down, up, down, up, down. You take them this side. You take them up, down. No take brush, you put them also down. You want be 20 years, all teeth don't fall for them all. People they laugh. You laugh. So now you way he talks to me and I'm about talk to waiting. this part for back here where you get this side where they go so. I dey talk for television, I know say people they watch am. I know say people for village they watch am. But on Samba una dey see am. People for Baribo una dey see am. People for which side? Betua. Una dey see am Yamende, una dey see am. This side, where you get this side, you dey watch now your tongue dey. You say na side so. You wash am so, you clean am. So that when part talk, you talk something you find. All man for village go laugh. Ha. That one are very much of the day we can use. The next time.
Merci beaucoup, Dieu donné. Thank you very much. Bon, maintenant, on va commencer avec le débat. Et le thème, c'est la polygamie était nécessaire au XXIe siècle en français. Et en anglais, vous allez m'excuser le mot. Polygamy a necessity in the 21st century. Bon, on va commencer avec les groupes. Le groupe pour Bishop, Diamond, Callisus, Anson, Queen Mother, Afa, Driva and Clement. Le groupe contre Adage, Patience, Dieudonné, Fish, Angel, Dario et Nadine. Les jurys seront Magdo, Anonyme. Moi, je serai la MC. Donc, on va commencer. Chaque groupe, si vous voulez envoyer vos représentants. Adage, je peux nous déjà mettre les choses. The leader of the cup. The leader of the cup. Yes. Sorry, I'm not forgetting his person there. Are you the speaker? Yeah, I'm but I'll try to contribute. Yes.
Got you.
Thank you. Donc nous allons commencer avec le débat. You are ready? You are ready? Yes. This book against
You are here. Yes. See.
Donc pour le groupe pour la polygamie, on a Anson, on a Diamond et on a Afa. Le groupe contre la polygamie, on a Nadine, on a Adage et on a Angel. Donc si le jury peut nous permettre, on va commencer. On commence par quel groupe? Oui.
Okay, good afternoon, classmates. It's an honor to be in the group for today's exercise. I am Mado. Mado is jury 1 and I am assisting her. You already know the topic, polygamy is a necessity in the 21st century. 4 is supporting the fact that it is a polygamy, against the saying, 4 is supporting the fact that it's a necessity, against saying that it is not. So we'll be judging based on 4 major points. That is presentation, language, points, and group comportment. This last part is where you don't distract, make noise, or shout unnecessarily. You might not deduct a point, but you will take a drastic action that will be known to you when the debate is done. So in order not to put your group in great dismay or harm, try to comport yourself. Thank you all so much. The MC will take it over from there and then we'll comment. I think we'll start for 4 before again.
Okay, 4. Answer, please. Time.
Each will take let's say 4 minutes. You can take 3 if you choose, 4 maximum. And when the time is up, you will hear my voice. I said 4 minutes. You can use 3 minutes if you decide. A dash. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Lamit. Good afternoon, Leonard colleagues from the other side. Good afternoon, Leonard colleagues from my side. Good afternoon, Julie. Polygamy is a necessity in the 21st century. And I will start by first of all defining what polygamy is. Polygamy is a marital status or a marital situation or a form of marriage where one man is given the political, the social, the psychological, the spiritual, and of course the economic opportunity to get married to more than one wife. It can be 10, it can be 15, it can be 700 in the case of Solomon that we all know. And of course, why is it a necessity in the 21st century? Because we've come from generation to generation to generation to generation, and there are things about us that should be forgotten. I will just take just one thing, which I will talk about it, say it is a necessity in the 21st century, and of course I will allow room for my colleagues to develop more points and sensitize us on the necessity of polygamy in the 21st century, and also giving room for my other colleagues to vomit the rubbish they have to say. Polygamy is a necessity in the 21st century because of health. Health in the 21st century is so challenging in that we have so many health situations we cannot take care of, which have of course led to diseases that we cannot control, some that are uncurable, some that are curable, some that have side effects that we cannot start naming them now. A case where we have a lot of MSIs, we have children women who cannot bear and all of that. And why is polygamy a necessity then? When we get married to a woman we love so much, it would rather be ungrateful, it would rather be inhuman for you to divorce the woman because of a health issue. It will be advisable and reasonable and human for you to reason with that woman and get another woman. And of course, if you are economically stable, why not get as more as possible to bless families and of course to bless our community with great children and great people and develop great minds for the betterment of our environment. So in the 21st century, polygamy is a necessity. Thank you.
Thank you.
The moderator, the jury, fellow flatmates, good afternoon. Good afternoon. My team and I stand against the fact that polygamy is a necessity in the 21st century. We stand against the fact that polygamy is a necessity in the 21st century. I'll start by saying this. You quoted that polygamy is the act of getting married to many wives. Yeah, that is true. You went further by saying when you get married to one wife and maybe because of a health issue, you might not want to divorce the wife because you don't want her to feel bad, and maybe due to some other societal issues, you need to get married to another wife. First things first, when you're signing marriage in court, when you're signing your marriage legally, you sign either for monogamy or polygamy. You're already certain about the kind of marriage you're getting into the very first day you want to sign your marriage. So it's not in your marriage that you're going to decide whether you should bring in another wife or not. Secondly, still talking about health challenges. When a man gets married to many wives, his lifespan from census reduces. More wives, more problems. One wife, one problem. Many wives, more problems. Secondly, when a man gets married to many wives, there is a lot of illiteracy. When you have so many children, due to the fact that we are unable to access many of our facilities in the society, sending children to school, giving them the education they want, and all the like, you discover that the many children you give birth to in the house stay back. Some even become thieves. Some get to the streets to do things that they're not supposed to do. And up here, the brain is empty. Illiteracy increases in the society. Thirdly, overpopulation. We can testify that there is a lot of malnutrition, famine in our societies. Even the few we are still unable to take care of ourselves when it comes to feeding, taking care of our health situations. Then come to think of it, if each man is supposed to get married to many wives and deliver many children, or give birth to many children, what will become of us? Thank you.
Thank you. 1 minute, we'll let you know when you...
Okay.
Okay, that's it.
Good afternoon, flatmates. Good afternoon to my elder colleagues. Good afternoon to my opponent. Well, I'm standing on behalf of the fact that polygamy is a necessity in our 21st century. I'm just going to enlighten you all about this fact. Come to think of it, back in the days, our forefathers, our ancestors, our grandfathers, they got married to queens, women of calibers, more than one wife, and they were still living happily. In this 21st generation, a lot of people still want to keep that belief. A lot of people are still doing the same thing, getting married to women of caliber, because not only because they love them, but based on the fact that they want to respect tradition. We know in Africa what tradition means to us. You can't predict that they should not get married to 5 wives or more than 2 women or more than 1 woman because of our personal 21st century or whatsoever. Cultural practices are a necessity in our society. Look about King Solomon. He got married to more than 700 wives, and he was still living happily with his children developing the society. Other people, other Islamic region, it's very normal that it's a tradition for them to get married to more than one woman. They have no complaint about that. They are still living happily. So sit down here and tell me that polygamy is a bad thing in the society. This is a 21st generation, and we live based on our culture and our traditions. We should respect that fact. I will also hint you on the fact which is spoken about population. Population density is also involved, madam. In China, in Nigeria, I admire Nigerians. You know what? Even though they have population, increase in population, they still develop their society. We still have great ambassadors, great people there influencing the community. Don't tell me about population being because of the fact that people get married to too many women, it will lead to population growth, thereby leading to low standard of living. No, madam. No. Let me enlighten you also about why polygamy is necessary. Have you ever reasoned the fact that you can get married to a woman and you realize that she's barren? And instead of you to leave her or to divorce her based on the fact that you still love her and you want to respect the oath which you signed, you guys understand each other for you to pick up another woman? Do you even realize the fact that people and their personal anxiety still work? I might get married to my husband, not because I just love him, but because I want to be with him for the rest of my life. I will not even bother if he gets another woman. I will not bother him about that because I am mature, I am educated, I might even have health issues and I don't want to lose him. Polygamy is a necessity in our 21st century. Still because it helps us to reproduce great youth out there. Okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the next speaker.
Bonjour, chers jurés. Bonjour MC. Bonjour, chers locataires. Avant d'entrer dans la salle pour faire le débat, il y a un opposant habillé en bleu qui m'a dit, adage, tu aimes trop utiliser la Bible pour justifier tes arguments. Désolé, ce n'est pas de ma faute, je suis chrétien, pratiquant, baptisé, communié, confirmé, et tous mes enfants le seront aussi. Donc, tous les enseignements que je tiens dans ma vie, je tire de la Bible. Dans l'Ancien, le Nouveau, et peut-être dans le futur Testament, on vous dira toujours, dans Éphésiens 6, Éphésiens 5, chapitre 6, verset 31, je lis. Pour ceux qui ont la Bible en anglais peuvent le traduire pour le jurer, s'il vous plaît. L'homme quittera son père et sa mère et s'attachera à sa femme, et les deux deviendront une seule chair. Ce qui veut dire que quoi? La Bible, dans la religion de Dieu, n'admet pas et n'admettra jamais, parce que les enseignements de la Bible ne changent jamais, la polygamie. La preuve, les mariages polygamie se célèbrent où? Dans les mairies, mais jamais à l'église. Si quelqu'un dans la salle connaît une personne qui s'est mariée avec 2 femmes à l'église, lève la main, je m'assois. Si vous n'avez pas la preuve, laissez vos mains s'il vous plaît, moi j'ai la Bible. Ok. Aucun mariage polygamie ne se célèbre à l'église, catholique ou protestant. Dans la tradition africaine et les hommes en quête de perversité, vous diront tantôt, non, un homme doit avoir plusieurs femmes. Pourquoi? Parce que dans la Terre, il y a 8 milliards d'habitants, alors il y a plus de 5 milliards de femmes et 2 milliards d'hommes. Alors un homme, pour faire l'équilibre, un homme doit avoir plusieurs femmes parce que toutes les femmes, mais désolé, ce sont des conneries. C'est les hommes en quête de perversité. Pourquoi? Je dis tantôt, je me sers des instructions de la Bible. Je ne viens pas ici juste pour parler. Tout ce que je dis, il y a la preuve. Maintenant, des hommes justes, des chrétiens, des gens qui croient en l'honneur, ont chanté. Il y a plusieurs artistes qui ont chanté. J'oublie le nom de l'artiste, j'oublie aussi la mélodie, désolé, mais il a dit ceci, l'amour c'est 2 à 2, la troisième personne c'est le démon. C'est pour vous dire quoi? Pour vous dire que même les gens du 20e siècle et qui ont transité comme les gens comme nous sont venus au 21e siècle sont et seront toujours contre la polygamie. dans nos traditions africaines sont basées sur des faits et sur des propos imaginaires qui ne sont pas fondés parce qu'il n'y a pas de preuves. Donc, si quelqu'un vous dit aujourd'hui, mon père, ta fille là, je veux qu'elle soit ma 5e femme, je veux qu'elle soit ma 19e femme, quel homme ici acceptera ça?
Thank you so much. Your time is up. Okay, before we continue, he asked a question and a few persons raised their hand. Can I know the question, please? You'll help me.
He asked that if there is anybody that has witnessed a marriage in church, that somebody got married to 2 wives in the church, should they stop the hand? I think the 2 of them have an answer to that.
And then he said, if you don't have any proof, you can put your hand
You can
down.
put your hand down.
Okay.
Your hand since hand was up.
Right.
You don't have any proof.
That's fine. Thank you.
There's no video proof here. Please calm down.
Greetings, member of jury, coordinator, and dear flatmates. I stand for the fact that polygamy is a necessity in the 21st century. Before making my points, I would love to throw some highlights or water down some points that were made here by my opponents. The first thing I will say is that, as establishment of courts, necessity is the mother of all invention. If we have more mouths to feed, we will develop more strategies and more means to provide for these mouths to feed. Secondly, you can't come to a debate and you're bringing in a religion as part of your debate. What about those who are of the opposite religion? Are you trying to tell me that when these people die, they go to hell? The Quran, for example, we all know the Muslims have it as a tradition to marry more than 1 wife. Now, if you're telling me as a Christian, you can marry only 1 woman, what about a Muslim whose tradition says he can marry more than 1 wife? Does that mean he is a bad person and you are a good person? God is the only one who can judge in this. Now, the first point I would love to give to make you understand that polygamy is a necessity in the 21st century is the fact that the ratio of men to women is not equal. Nowadays, especially in the 21st century, there are more women than men in the world. These have been proven by statistics. If you want me to go into details, that will be getting into biology. And I'll tell you the X chromosome and the Y chromosome responsible for producing girls and boys in women do not swim at the same rate. Those of the girls swim slower, but they last longer. Those of the male swim faster, but they don't last for long. Reason why most of the times we'll have more girls, especially unwanted pregnancies, as compared to boys. Now, if you have more girls in the country or in the world, and you're telling me polygamy is not a necessity, every man that marries a woman, what happens to the rest of the women? We push them to prostitution, we push them to lesbianism, we push them to a lot of things. So, a reason why I say polygamy is a necessity in the 21st century. Secondly, there is a search for greener pasture. Nowadays, with invention and technology, a lot of continents in the world have been hit with technological advancements. Africa and some other parts of the world are still left out. A lot of people travel from Africa to Europe to search for greener pasture. And when they reach there, the only way for them to survive is to become citizens of that country. Now, we all know it's not easy getting a green card, for example, in America. So what do most of these people do? They turn to marry women of that nationality in order to get a nationality. That is the reason why polygamy is a necessity. It is not what they love, but it is a necessity in order for them to survive. Now, the last point I would love to give is fertility rate. We should all know, especially those of us who have done biology or at least gone to school, the rate of fertility in women is lesser than that of men. Women hit menopause, men don't hit menopause. It is difficult, especially in the 21st century, to find a woman who can get pregnant at the age of 50. But it is not difficult to find a man who can impregnate a girl at the age of 70. So if one man has to marry one woman, what if all these women hit menopause and the men are still left? Does it mean the world will not continue to exist? A reason why these men who can always procreate at an older age will always tend to look for more wives in order to push the generation and the world ahead. Thank you very much. That's what I have to say. And I would love to remind you guys, when you're backing up your point, please make sure you evaluate, you think well, and make sure experience has proved these points correctly. Thank you very much.
Okay, the last speaker.
Good afternoon, flatmates, member of the jury, my colleagues of the other side, and my able colleagues. I think if I stand on spot, I will urinate on my body because I was pressed by the rubbish you guys vomited just now. I don't think 3 people will come up on stage to talk about forefathers' generation barrenness and fertility evolved in terms with what I say, lack nothing to say. Now, when you talk of barrenness, Mr. Hanson, what happens in case of where the man himself is barren? Thank you. And to you, Diamonds, you said, generation. Tradition made it so. Tradition was made by man, and it can be erased by man. Thank you. And to you, I thought you were going to crown it well. You stood up and talked about fertility, tradition, barrenness, and you still came back saying greener pastures. Any man who goes abroad and meets a man to make it is a lazy ass man, sir. And another point you made me to understand. Marriage facts, I don't understand, I'm just confused. Now, ratio of men to women. Doesn't your Bible teaches you that it is not every woman that will marry? Thank you, sir. When you go home, read. Now, I'm going to go straight to what I want to talk about now. I am here to let you know that polygamy is not a necessity in the 21st century because of the cost and standard of living. How can you explain, you who talk so much of the 21st century, that in the days of our father, a bucket of sweet potatoes that was 250 has risen up to 4,000 can earn you the upbringing of 10 children if you marry more than one wife and bring out 10 children from that fruit. I will go again to conflict in the family. Conflict in a family, if you talk about polygamy and you are here to stand for the fact that polygamy is a necessity in the 21st century, sir, let me remind you all that when it comes to family conflicts, you cannot stand the fight, the quarrel, favoritism, a lot of disorder when it comes to polygamy. No man has been able to manage one wife, talk less of managing more than one. So where does polygamy in this 21st century fit if you are here to encourage polygamy? Let me remind you that even our fathers, we talked of health, even our fathers' health deteriorated from the day they got married to just one wife, because it is said if you need a radio, just marry a woman. If one woman can become a radio to a man, definitely more than one will be many radios. So please, when you want to talk, reason before you talk in public. Don't talk, sweat, give us bad breath.
Thank you,
when you're reading nonsense.
Your time is up.
Donc, on est arrivé à la fin du débat. Maintenant, on va prendre les questions du jury. How many questions?
We can get 6 questions, 3 from me.
Okay. Group 4. 1.
For
Group for the group who?
No, just if they have a question, they can. Anybody that has a question, then you channel.
1, 2, 3, ok. Queen mother. For.
Okay, you're for things.
Je donnais. Le groupe for. Je veux la question pour le groupe d'abord. Après.
C'est mon groupe ici.
C'est ton groupe.
It's quite great.
Demande le groupe pour le groupe for.
If you want to ask me, but you're asking questions to them now.
Je donnais 1. Fallait surtout.
Oui, ici.
Ok, je donnais Queen mother 4.
No,
Queen mother ici.
Okay. You talk about Solomon and you make a lot of narratives of people getting married to many wives. I just want to find out from you. Now we are getting a zeta age where lives become very complex with population growth, and if you get statistics from United Nations and WHO, you will find out that the situation is escalating for the population, that is the ratio of people to resources. How do you think that being polygamous in nature will help you to scale the balance between a large population and the resources?
Standard of living, higher standard of living.
When we look at the people complaining, we did mention some organizations and are run by people, and those people are not infallible. They are not free from cheat, they are not free from self-interest, and what have you. I will not go to talk about them, but I'll respond to your question by saying that when we're talking about resources in relation to the number of people, the one thing we're forgetting is that we have space in relation to the number of people, where we're using ancient standards to judge resources in relation to people, looking at the landscape and all of that, forgetting that buildings can also be constructed vertically into space without occupying any land. Okay, looking at resources in terms of food, which is a necessity, in terms of clothing, which is a necessity, and if we take food as a necessity, before we do not have chicken to eat in 3 months, but now chicken is breaded and fed and is fit for consumption in 3 months, which means if you have 1,000 now beef, you can feed them simultaneously without any problem as far as you are economically stable. And that is why I mentioned, let those who are economically stable get into polygamy such that they can develop better brains. Talking about necessity in terms of clothing, these people, the more people we have, the more invention we get. I remember you mentioning of necessity is the mother of invention. We cannot solve a problem which doesn't exist yet. And these countries that are speaking against our population, they are crying their own cry and not us. We are underpopulated and we need that population to be able to develop and to make good use of those resources. Without which, we will be wasting the resources in relation to the number of people we have available resources.
So you're telling me that polygamy is a bias, system that is set for some particular people?
It's not a biased system, it is a system set for...
But you just said that for the rich.
It is not a biased system, it is a system set for who is qualified, not biased. It is set for who is qualified and not biased. Thank you.
Let me throw more light on that, please. I love to make mention of the fact that the world, has not used half of its resources, if you may know. And the issue of people complaining about the population growing without food is something that always existed. Right from the times of the First World War and the Second World War, people were complaining. The world is increasing and the food shortages are reducing. Now, during the First and the Second World War, the population within that time compared to now, has it increased or has it reduced? If it was small by then and they were still complaining about food, today it is more, they are still complaining about food. That just to tell you that it will never stop. But the more people we have, the more pressure we have to do something about the situation of these people. Back in the days, when you give birth to a child, he spends at least 2 months, it's something that I've witnessed, at least 2 months before opening the eye. But nowadays, you give birth to a child, in less than days, the child starts opening the eyes. That's just to tell you that things are evolving. You get me? The more children you have, the more pressure you have to think about what the children will do to survive. And may I remind you that what one person can do is not equivalent to what 10 people can do. In your family, you guys might be 7 from one parent, but they are polygamous homes which have just 4 children. And you should know, polygamy is not something that is being forced on people. Before people sign in for polygamy, they know they have the resources to take care of these kids. So we shouldn't talk like polygamy is something that has been imposed on people. Now they said it's been signed in the court. Polygamous marriage has signed in court. Why would they be signed in court if they know that it is detrimental? In your village where you are, your chief has more than one wife. Whether you like it or not, it is a reality. So please, I hope I have addressed your question.
So are you saying that the difficulties of polygamy are only limited to the immediate family? Because now, in terms of conflict, a conflict can escalate from a polygamous home and spread to the community and becomes a war. So if you are limiting the challenges of polygamy and the troubles like witchcraft of polygamy, for example, if there is conflict in a family because of its polygamous nature, people are beaten, people get into physical violence, and some are admitted in hospital. It gives a burden to our medical personnel. It gives those who fight and then escalates into the community becomes a civil war or a civil strife. It affects everybody. It disturbs the whole neighborhood. It creates instability. It leads to insecurity, and there is no peace. So, how then do you tell me that polygamy is for people who are able to feed their families and people who are able to supply for their family, whereas the challenges are spread even to the neighbors and the community?
Now, this is what I would love to say. When you're asking a question, make sure you listen to what you say. You can't answer a question in one direction, and when people answer towards that direction, you change your question to be another thing. All these things you've mentioned, you didn't mention your first question. Let me remind you, sir. If you did, what the answer was in relation to the question you asked us.
Okay,
we
thank
didn't
you.
limit the problem to one family.
Okay, thank you, Alpha. That's fine. We'll take another question.
Okay. Alpha, you talked about a man getting married to many wives due to his ability, right? His resources. Yes, I'm coming, bro. Just sit down.
No,
okay, no problem. What if a man gets married to 8 wives, knowing that he's one of the richest person, and maybe get into a business deal, and it fails, and he loses all his income, all his wealth, and everything? What becomes a family of 8 wives, 30 children? I'm just quoting an example. 30 children. What becomes the situation of those children and the wife and even the man? And again, you made mention of man. You made mention of many women and lesser men. If a man decides today to get married to 5 wives, my brother, there will still be the women left out there unmarried. Not all women were meant to get married, and the same thing with men. Not all men were meant to get married. What about the priests out there? Are they married? Does it mean since a priest is not married, the pastor that is married has to marry the wife of a priest just to prove the fact that we have to limit or we have to finish the women that are unmarried just for them to be pleased? We cannot please a woman. We cannot please the women like getting 10,000 wives in our house just because we want to clear the rate of women that are out there that are unmarried. So my question now is, what happens to these situations I've just addressed to you?
All right, my mates and I are going to throw more light on that question.
It just want to be clarified.
Please,
let's. People should agree with.
Yes, I want to be clarified, not a fact.
Can I talk? Agree on who is supposed to answer, please.
No, they say it's against you people, it's not me. It's not a fight.
Remember what we spoke about fidgeting?
I'm not answering the question.
Okay.
I'm not answering the question.
Okay. Right on.
when somebody want to ask a question to us, we would rather answer a question than get lectures, and you bring in things we didn't say, bring in examples we didn't say. Before you ask a question, you want to ask a question based on
in
what
context
you
to, okay,
yes,
good.
not what you think. We didn't mention 8 wives, we said polygamy, which can be 2 wives.
Yes.
So don't set up your own situation and ask us a question.
Even though we'll stay
Okay, thank you.
So ask a question.
I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything. When we talk of polygamy, please. When we talk of polygamy, polygamy is more than 1 wife. We didn't limit polygamy to 2 wives.
But you are saying 8. They didn't mention 8.
That's why I'm saying that as far as there is polygamy, it can still be 10.
They can still be talking on.
That's why I'm saying that since they are talking of polygamy, polygamy stands as polygamy. I'm putting my own polygamy. If you want to convince me to be a polygamous man, I'm asking you that what is the case I get married to 8 wives? That's my own directive, please. I'm not telling them that's what they say.
Okay.
It's polygamy, please.
I want to say something, then Alpha will answer it and then we'll move to the next.
Okay, yes. I think I should just answer him so that he could shut up.
Okay. Is it the question you're answering me?
I'm answering you because you said you've asked a question.
And I want somebody to answer my question, not for you to shut me up, please.
No, I'm answering your question to shut you up in the sense like I'm answering your question.
Then I should sit down. I'll answer my question.
Dear,
yes.
You make mention of a rich man, if I heard you clearly, right?
Yeah.
How can you talk about a rich man and then you're asking us a question like, what if a rich man dies? Don't you know rich men, before they want to die or before they start bearing kids, they have invested? They have. I'm asking a question and I'm answering your question. Don't you know, even you, if you get married to one woman, you put children allowances, you create a bank where you deposit your kids' money in case of any speculative motive or any transactional motive. How can you ask such a question? Before a rich man wants to attain a certain level or a certain age or even engage in a certain business which he is maybe not certain about the outcome, he has made provision and he has made financial plans. So don't ask us questions like, what if a rich man dies? A rich man is capable and he has always been capable. That's why he got married to more than 1 wife. And he has bare children that are investing and that are working in his companies. You cannot come tell me that if Biggy falls sick here or if Biggy invests in a business here and he's bankrupt, he will lack money, he will lack investment, he will lack business deals. No.
Okay, Diamond, thank you. I want to say something. I think you are for against, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Next time such debate comes up, if you have more points, try to sit with these people that are so that you bring more. I notice that most of your questions is really points that if you are sat there, we give them good grades. Because we are judging from what they said here. The questions good, but it can come in as a good point for next debates. So that's okay for now. Next.
It's okay. No, they didn't answer what I asked. So I will answer what you asked. She didn't answer.
Next question.
Okay. Fellow flatmates, my elder debaters on the other side. Actually, I've lost thought of my question, but I would just wish to find out from you guys against polygamy. If you could please educate me on other ways of population growth in countries that are in need of population without necessarily being polygamous.
Oh, the question is supposed to be yes, sir. No, they said yeah.
We asked yeah.
No, but we are learning.
They said 3 questions is there to answer a question for this group. Because they said 3 for this group, 3 for this group.
Dario, wait. He has a very interesting question.
On vous a posé combien de questions ici?
On n'a pas encore commencé.
Donc j'attends.
Okay, I have a question for them.
Voilà.
Can I ask now that should be the last question I think?
Yeah, the last question.
I wasn't here when they were taking questions. My apologies. My question goes to Afa. Afa, before I stepped out, even though I didn't hear everything you said, but you made mention of the fact that the ratio of men to women is not Balance. Thank you, Hanson. There are more men.
More women.
More women. My apologies again. There are more women than men, and it gives rise to things like lesbianism. Did you heard? Yeah. I want us to focus on the lesbianism part. Are you saying lesbianism is a bad thing? Are you saying being born a lesbian, or are you saying someone's sexuality is a bad thing? Because my own personal sexual orientation, thank you.
Alright, this is what I'm saying.
I've not landed on my question.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. So are you saying being gay anyway is a bad thing?
I don't have.
Alright. I was giving an example. I've not said being gay is a bad thing or being a lesbian is a bad thing, but I'm trying to say what is lesbianism? It's two women coming together to form a union.
Yes.
So what I'm trying to say is that if every man had to marry more than one wife, maybe you won't even have women of the same sex coming into a union.
Why are we trying
because
to stop
I'm talking in terms of reproduction. We know that for reproduction to occur, you have a man and a woman. Even if you have two women involved, for them to get pregnant, you need the semen of a man. So I'm trying to say, in a case where we had polygamy as a necessity, not like we are imposing polygamy, but in a case where many people practice polygamy, we won't have the need for two women coming together to marry each other, or two men coming together to marry each other. I did not condemn anybody. It's a condition. So I'm just trying to say that that condition would have been eradicated.
So
it's meant for production.
Why are we trying to eradicate it when it's not a bad thing?
We are not trying to eradicate it, but I am simply giving one of the causes of it. You get me? I am not saying we should eradicate it, but I am saying that it's a cause, it's an effect. Because we are for the fact that when we're talking about marriage here.
No, you have to understand that it's not because of the ratio of men. Please. I'm asking my question, Hanson. I'm trying to get clarification.
Well, let me.
To be honest, the learning process. One. Now I've lost track of my thoughts. Are you saying? So when you say when you give it using as an example, it's almost like saying, because people are not born with that. When people are born with that sexual orientation, they don't pick and choose how they were born. If you now start by saying polygamy eradicates or polygamy reduces the number of lesbians, or you are now pushing people who were born with a particular sexual orientation, you're forcing them to change their sexual orientation.
Okay, let me put it simple. We're talking in terms of reproduction. If we have two women coming together to marry, and who does that, procreation is going to stop.
Procreation will not.
Please,
science has shown that procreation will
stop.
Science has shown that procreation will not stop.
Let me finish. I'm talking in terms of reproduction.
Yeah.
We know for a woman to get pregnant, you need the semen of a man, right?
Of course.
But in case where we have two men, two women, reproduction, okay, even if you want to say science has proven that it won't stop, it's going to be reduced.
Of course not. It doesn't mean
anyway, like I was saying, I was answering your question. You might not, my response might not satisfy.
Our question is not limited to Cameroon. So our question is polygamy is not limited to Cameroon.
Okay, let's not deviate from the main topic. Hanson?
Yeah, I just wish you said something to add what Alpha just said.
By all means.
Pardon? Yeah.
Summarize it, please.
Alpha did not condemn anybody's sexual orientation, and one thing we've got to get is that an orientation is not born.
It is.
Orientations are not born. You are orientated. Orientation from the word orientation. There is nobody born orientated already, which means to be a gay is an orientation. If you are not born with it, you are orientated in that.
You're born with it.
Please.
Where the studies that shows that you are not born with it, you're born gay. You don't choose to be gay.
Patience, someone is up talking, please.
Group 3, Group 2.
The first thing I want to take care of is the English word used. Orientation. You are orientated when you are born, when you can think, when you can choose, when you can make decisions. So it is a choice. And one thing about lesbianism, which she even shied away from, because his point was clear, not condemning, is we should understand it is an orientation and not an inborn situation where other countries, including Cameroon, are even against it. And to talk about science and procreation, there is no way science can produce semen. Science will only take it from a man, a natural man, before it can succeed in a woman. Thank you.
All right, we are done with that topic.
You must not be satisfied.
Anson, it's okay.
No,
Patience, please, we are done with that. That one, we can talk about it some other time. Please, MC. Over to you.
Well, questions for book again.
I want to ask something.
Another question?
No, not another concerning. It's just about the debate. Are those who are allowed to answer only from? Can the audience answer?
No. From what I have observed of day one, the audience have never been in a position to answer.
Can change it now.
We
can.
Please, my judge is talking.
From what I have observed and from what I know as a judge, you're asking questions to people who have spoken to you. You don't ask questions to people who sat down to learn.
Thank you, my boss.
Thank you, ma'am.
Another question. Bishop.
Please, let me refer.
Can you see your question? You have a question for them, please. Right on.
Okay, actually, like I said earlier, I lost sort of the question I wanted to ask you guys, but I would just wish to find out from you guys if you could please educate me on other ways through which population growth, because actually as we speak there are countries who are in need of population. I will not go into quoting examples. What other means can they use to gain this population without necessarily being polygamous?
Thank you for your question, Mr. Callistus. Polygamy is a necessity in the 21st century. That was the topic. We weren't talking about how to remedy the problem of underpopulation or overpopulation. With all due respect, sir.
Excuse me.
I will see you after to tell you how you can remedy that situation.
Okay.
That was my
one. Audience, that's nice. Next.
Papa, you married well.
Madam Angel, maybe it was me so back then for others their time for 250, and now in the 21st century it is 4,000. 4,000. That's what it is. Can you please tell us if the income, the salary which our boy was taking back then and this are they still the same? It can never be the same.
Alright. Now, let me answer you first. I am an educationist, and before I came up to becoming an educationist, I can tell with all certainty that the salary of civil servant has not changed. Thank you.
Huh?
It's not okay. Okay,
let me tell you where it's not clear now.
Okay.
You say our forefathers. By then, our forefathers, they were not working. They were mainly farmers. Mainly farmers. And when I say that they were mainly farmers, all those things were being produced, and those things were used for our home consumption. So you will not try to say those things by then they were being sold for 250 and expecting it now in the 21st century to be that 250 francs.
Queen Mother, I believe, I know very well that you're trying to pose a question, but you know that it's a clear and loud in your head. Your forefathers, in the days of the forefathers, there were educationists and there was education. That is why you hear them say we went to standard schools. In the days of our fathers, education or what we call certificate today, we graduate with this, we graduate, they refer to that as standards. You understand? So there was education. If your mother did not go to school, please don't make it sound like you're trying to, you understand, or your forefathers did not go to, or they did not attend education. Don't bring it here, because my own forefathers, they attended education, and that form of education was called standard, and that means they were educationists, and the educationists were paid, and their salary have not changed.
That is it.
That was great.
That was not clear. Okay, fine.
Please, can I say something?
Yes.
Please, I think after we will meet and know whose
Thank you.
forefathers are.
Angels.
That's it.
Okay.
That's
If the MC is done, we can. Yes, the last question. Bishop.
Angel, I want to stress on the question everyone was trying to ask. I believe that you were talking about the polygamy in the days of war, when they used to use 250 francs to buy potatoes. And you are calling that 250 francs as though it was very common for them. 4,000 francs these days is very common, but 250 francs in the days of war was very hard to come by. So tell me, why can we not still continue with the process of polygamy these days, when we can easily have 4,000 francs and have another 4,000 francs to go? And whereas in the days of old, before a father can have 250 francs, it's like he will travel from here on leg to go and sell a banana and come back. Tell me the reason why we will not have polygamy due to financial problems.
Okay, Bishop, I don't know if it's a mixture of question or mixture of information. Thank you, like I rightly said. We bought them in the days, and today we are buying them. Now, maybe you're trying to look at it in terms of the value of currency. If you are looking at it in terms of the value of currency, I will still refer you back to what I said. If we were buying with money we work and earn. And now, if you bring it back to these days, that money has not changed. The cost of living, we mentioned something about the cost and standard of living, you understand? It is very clear and loud. If I talk about cost and standard of living, you should understand that if back then the cost and standard of living were down, and today they are raised, they were down, and that potatoes were sold for 250 francs, and today they are raising up, it is a danger for people who are still earning, knowing that the society where we live in, even after the cost, knowing the cost and standard of living has risen, have increased, have changed, they don't favor us. What we earn from our labor given out has not changed. So that is why I will still re-emphasize on that point of saying that.
That's it. Please, I think.
Let me end the question because I don't believe she has said anything.
Bishop, we all heard what she has said.
Thank you.
Please, what she has said is what she has said.
That's it. She said what she said.
So please, MC, if you're done, we can go on with our analysis. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been an interesting section. First thing first, I want us to put our hands together for the group. They did amazingly well, and also we appreciate the rest of group members. They were very concocted today. We didn't hear, I was waiting to deduct, but nobody disturbed the jury, so thanks to you people. Now firstly, I want to say something. You must not abuse an opponent when you stand up to say something. Hansen started it when he stood up. He used the word rubbish. And Angel did same. So I would have deducted their point, but Angel.
You neutralize.
Yes.
Please, quiet.
So secondly, no, you come to you. That's your own what you noted. Yeah. So secondly, I admire the confidence, the composure, and everything. We should know this is a debate. Most times, let's use grammatical terms that complements the next sentence we are to make. There are some terms that wanted to give me headache. You say the terms and the next thing coming up is contrary, it's just different from what you're trying to say. Yes. And so you can avoid those big terms and just break it down in a way that everybody will understand. Then Angel, you moved around and it got me confused. You walked so much. Afa corrected us here, we are learning. Afa said, if you're making a point, try to stand one place so that they will listen to you and not trying to know. You're sexy, you look really nice. And when you're walking around, the jury and everybody is just admiring you and not what you're saying. You get my point? So, like I said, my boss, the main judge for today, will analyze it all and then give the marks. And please, hello.
Hi.
Whatever mark we give you here,
accept and go.
You accept it, you assimilate, because if you make a noise, I will note you for next debate to the talk. Okay, thank you all so much. That was all from my end. Let's move up to Mado.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, like my colleague said, it was interesting and very tough, trust me. First off, before I read the marks, I would like to clarify so that I don't get noise after I read out the marks, so that I justify on how I judged, why I judged, how I judged.
That's it.
Now, talking about confidence, I applaud everybody for confidence, and also contradicting your opinion. Remember, when you're contradicting your opinion, you should make sure you don't run out of time such that you don't give what you woke up to say. I would like to applaud Speaker A of Group B.
That's Nadine.
Nadine, on the way she contradicts and make sure she does not run out of what she's supposed to say. I would like to also applaud last speaker of Group 1 on how he contradicts and make sure he does not run out of time so that he can mention his point. When you wake up and you contradict your partner too much, I don't know, you don't tell me that you just sat down, you just came here to contradict your opponent. You came here to give me points, and that is what all this is about. Now, you don't repeat too much. If you have to emphasize, but I am looking at you, not what you people have to say. I'm looking at you, what you have to say on behalf of your group, not what you people have to say. This is Speaker A of 4, woke up, defined it, presented very well. He spoke about health, polygamy and health. He spoke about polygamy and heritage from generation to generation and stuff like that. I applauded him for defining the topic. That is the work of your first speaker.
That's it.
On all the points, whether Group A defined it or not, Group B, you have to. Now, when the second speaker woke up, she greeted, but didn't greet the jury. I didn't say it was intentional, but that's a small mistake that you have to take care of. The listening in a debate can fail you. Now, she emphasized too much on her first speaker's point. She repeated health, repeated generation to generation, and then come up with the point on her own. I followed keenly, detailing. Now, Speaker 3 woke up. I want to applaud you, Speaker 3. You spoke where you gave your points and made sure in your 4 minutes you contradicted your opinion. Now, let's go to Speaker Group B. Group B's first speaker spoke well, but didn't define us. Like, it's not, you must not define it, but anything can pass you, as like anything can fail you. Speaker A of Group B did the same, and Speaker A of Group A, and Speaker A of Against didn't define or didn't enlighten us on what we are talking about. That is what the first speaker is all about. Now, she gave good points. She spoke about law contradicting her opponent. Speaker A of the other group spoke about census on lifespan, spoke about overpopulation. That's good. Adash woke up. Sorry, I don't know you. Speaker 2 woke up. Get good points though. He get 2 points from the same angle. He gave 2 biblical points. That was a good one. And then Speaker 3 woke up. Didn't give any point. Concentrated on contradicting her opponent.
That's the last speaker of me.
That's the last speaker of me. Trust me, it was a very difficult one. So the first 2 speakers this way did well. The first and last speaker too also brought it. Their middle speaker emphasized more and they bring up her point. I think you get me.
Yes.
Now this was very difficult for me to judge. And trust me, I didn't judge from one angle. 8.5 failed somebody. Now we calculated and judged our speakers on 20 each speaker. Speaker A on presentation. Group A, speaker 1 presented well and got a 3 on 3. Language, he got a 4.5 on 5. That was strong. On points, he got 5 on 9. Group of comportment, he got 3. Speaker B, group A, that's 4, had 2/3 presentation. Language 3/5 presentation. Points 3/9 presentations. Points 3/9 points. Sorry, comportment 3/3. Speaker 3 came up 3 on presentation over 3. Language 5.7 and 3, and the last one, which is group comportment, we all know 3. Now I'm not going to give the final mark. I'll allow you to calculate it. And then the next people, group B, you had your first speaker had 3 on 3 for presentation. Language 5 on 5. Point 5 on 9. Group of comportment 3. The second speaker 3 on 3 presentation. Language 5 on 5. Point 5 on 9. Comportment 3. Speaker 3 presentation. 4 language. 3/9 points. Comportment 3 as usual. Now the group 4 had 44.5 on 60. And the group against had 44 on 60.
So this means the group A1 was 0.5. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen.
One last thing, please. One last thing. Please, if I am ever the jury or judge on one right, please don't insult your opponents and reduce marks. Any other judge you can, but me, not.
Good.
I guess I don't give for it.
Thank you.
Complete standard of living.
Did you enjoy my job? You did, man. Good job. You are.
I hear you, ma. Angel, I hear you, ma.
It was
Angel.
No, she evaluated language. She evaluated.
You want to do how?
You want money? I told you you grab communication. We die here.
This is so done. You are looking for points.
There's no problem. Our day was really part of the military. You were wrong. Yeah, okay. You check on your words.
I said no, that was rubbish. That was nonsense. It was not making sense. I'm like, why are you I'm turning around that because we make it
Planning. 3 months is an advantage. What about the health?
He said he wasn't checking it anymore.
Hansi, don't talk about this already. It's all right. No, define this orientation. I can tell
I am ready.
We win.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, come on as your best jury walk back.
S'il vous plaît, on a eu un paquet de Biggy et de Limit. Non, c'est Limit.
Wait a minute.
Check out.
I'm saying that is the cuckoo for me?
0.5.
Is it your problem?
Yes. Bon, comme je disais, on
I
a eu un
don't know.
paquet
Remember
de...
your home.
On a eu un paquet de Biggy venant par natural. Alors, on va juste le partager. Ce sont les cocktails de fruits.
That's it.
Voilà. On remercie Biggy quand même.
Thank you. Thank you, Mimi. You're the rich. Thank you,
Bon,
Mimi.
pendant que Queen partage les fruits, on aura 15 minutes pour déguster et se reposer. Et après, on aura un jeu pendant que d'autres seront en cuisine.
D'accord.
Pour faire à manger.
That's it.
Je crois qu'on est l'œuvre d'alphabet. Game.
Alphabetical game.
Alphabetical game. Voilà.
Okay, you will explain.
Donc, pas 15 minutes.
Ça va, ça va. You are doing well. You go far, you go far.
You don't?
They have to do quelque chose tu refuses. Il faut que tu les punies. On va te punir. On va te punir.
If they can bring
Spoon, please bring me spoon. Mom. Now you come to you want share.
Yes.
Okay, Mama.
Danger package.
Thank you, Biggy, and thank you, Miss.
Answer just a spoon. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Make it 3.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
something I thought. Yeah.
Answer, make it 3. Thank you.
As you get it, you must
Answer,
look
don't
at
be
it.
for man. Lini.
She was walking around my face.
Thank you. We should beg Biggy. You donate almost.
I said, what is happening here?
Do you know what? Oh, that's a very nice baby. Hello, Villageois.
He's not finished.
One is for house captain.
You supposed to give it to me.
What is your house captain?
No, my own is.
I keep on, I have two.
Oh, the next one guy,
For ninja.
Le jus.
Clement are not hard.
Okay.
This is an appetizer.
Leave natural.
The next is hunger.
I'm eating now.
Leave natural.
Finish. Leave me.
Good as that.
Everybody has some already.
So we can start your food there and just talk in normal language. Everybody will understand.
Somebody to speak with them. Somebody to speak back in the family. They don't know. Yes. I mean, say what grade as well, they don't buy English. You understand?
My phone is from 10.
I didn't talk bad English. I pronounce words when I'm saying wrong. If it's about my vocabulary, no. If it's about my vocabulary, I don't have a problem with it.
Who is it that they rated for bad English, sir, ma?
Calm down. You know, sometimes I don't know you.
You know, I'm asking a question. When we're talking about that now,
Sometimes
you know, sometimes people attention now.
that was what I was trying to explain. That speaking here wrongly does not mean because I speak wrongly when I'm here.
And then some people don't even speak French.
Yes. At times now, like I'm because my advantage that is jury or don't understand French. I get it 5 or 3.
At times now, to me personally, I've been in Douala for 5 years. You understand? The truth is,
You have been in Douala for 5 years and you cannot speak simple
I've been in Douala
French.
for 5 years. All the people I transact with are francophones. At certain times, I always say to myself that I'm easily losing like speaking English because I spend all my time speaking French. So at times I don't even give a damn if I don't speak English.
No, you need to get what? Don't give a
People cannot speak French. People just laughing somebody that cannot
No,
speak
it's
English.
sweet way you use it.
You need to know vocabulary.
Yeah,
I don't know if you know how to talk. I don't joke with vocabulary. Yes, English. You don't know it. Master your vocabulary and forget English. It's big.
But this is how I can know condescend. Condescend.
We're all learning here. There are no emotions as well. Quand il faut que ça soit naturel, il y a parfois que savoir reconnaître quelque chose. And I will know that this thing is this. That's what I'll be. If they don't know, make it know your vocabulary. Tu comprends? I got so bad. Then I realized that I forced it to make it. That man is worried. I'm also like, so now they feel I need them automatically people that have that don't forget papaya.
I cannot speak well.
Because nobody is expecting. No, they don't end. Now they are serious. Calm down.
to get there. Now why are you my job now? I need to have in the background now.
Big mother.
Yeah, we don't talk about keep one.
This is me now. The first hospital was on.
Professor.
Then, I will be big mother.
What for?
Young is in the
I am not
That one.
No.
Now, you are the student.
Thank
I don't want to up. If I intimidate me, I can what they give. When our population, then I tell you, let your energy take over. This depends on it's still on we don't know. It's not. That is it. See, did you get what I said? I told him already that is English now. Cannot even fight me today. Papa, I'm ready for you. If it's that you guys, you girls, or you guys, that explain this.
Wait,
no, the problem is not that. Come on. Can you come speak? No places I want to stand there. This year, I'm not using wrong choice.
I'll make sure you wash your bowl.
No one will come up with anything.
No, that is sitting
Let me do that. No,
After taking our lunch, I'm launching again. You're right and sick.
No, it's not. Okay, no, you can affect yourself.
They buy the more how much they buy.
No, it's
You're launching again, fly out.
Fly away.
What are we doing? It's not for us.
We don't talk about keep one.
This is the high school.
They don't talk about keep one.
No,
The best thing I like to the best thing I like to eat.
Excuse me.
My best food.
At least the length one or two things on the jury. I said the jury, diplomatic. I wasn't fair. I followed up. And I allowed Magdo to be placing the marks.
These guys have all the reasons.
Even for focus only on point.
You will see this is the only thing that makes me
focus on other things that go there. Okay, then I've already said Hansen, only Hansen point and Hansen and he defined the main word system.
And then
I don't know, go for 9 or 5.
Negotiating, please.
Which one do you like? Have you ever drank any juice? Come here, my friend. Come here. Come here. I think you come here. The food concentration is good. Juice whatsoever.
I want to get well first. I'm not really sound. I'm supposed to be talking about music. Different kind of music. That's why you listen to somebody, the person is singing very well. But he's not giving any song for me. So anybody can listen to why they need to hear. You get to know all those things why.
Confidentially. Somebody's job is nice for you, one day use that like advantage. You are using. Joking, I think bring down the note. Please check on me. Are you a patient?
Because tell me that I'm going to play. Come and kill your English. You will not intimidate me out your English.
Then because of that, I want to capitalize on it. Okay.
We have an increase of gold, queen. Gold. Very, 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 very important. Important. And our level.
Please, if you are not used to, you bring here this the dustbin. Just come and put it here. Don't put
Ma, you're my opponent, ma. I don't know my opponent, ma. You're intimidating me, ma. You intimidated me.
Guys, are we?
No. You see what I was talking
Everything man is attention, not medication. I'm not there.
I know you're not flopping.
Dre. Come here, want my own bowl so that I'll put my food inside the
Angel, kill us in that 15 minutes.
See, you see like what I did here last week? Do double. Shout that you might wash it and mix it with others.
Speak it.
Mama,
try our brain.
Pop or the
carrot. You know, I see how last week.
No, enjoy last week.
I thought it was really nice last week. It was very
It's me and who?
Don't get it. No, the thing is, I'm not practical. I am an exception. That's it.
The thing is that now they can kill potatoes and cookies with another thing.
The thing is, sometimes I'm not angel, not sharp, not like.
But they're eating popcorn with just one thing on you.
There's one man just for your 3 talks before. There's a way that comes like you boil you through.
You don't say there's no oil. You don't say that we're eating fashion food. Where is it?
Then
How would somebody say that? The person don't look you before.
Just follow me, yo. Just follow me, yo. See, I'm starting from the bottom.
Making a noise.
Now I'm around the wall. Everything I wear is everything I do is love You want me to take all? All.
So they give you chance to the...
Yeah, that's how you can be an examiner, ma. You can be an examiner. You will follow keenly from the beginning to the end. Queen Mother. I know you have.
Why did this guy come today? Now doctor.
Representing change. I want his mouth. A positive change. Exposing and reaching and touching massive life. Representing change. A positive change. Exposing and reaching and touching massive lives. Ça va te toucher, ça va me toucher, ça va me toucher, ça va se savoir. Ça va te toucher, ça va me toucher, ça va te toucher, ça va se savoir. I'm walking in glory, like nobody. Ça va se savoir. I'm walking in glory, every green savali, ça va se savoir. A positive change, exposing and reaching and touching massive life. Representing change, a positive change, exposing and reaching and touching massive life.
I got no grass to put around.
This is a woman. This is a woman. I'm happy because you see all that happy.
Family member, they're not
Sato pique. Noted. Anything for you?
Chess, but it's better than what? Yes. As you bring
Patience, vu qu'elle est mange plat pomme avec haricot, que je ajoute le sweet potato quand nous préparons, elle mange like that. My friend has left from back, from work to back. Now progressing, because work is up, so it has left from worse to back. It's not get to better, next thing will be best. You know that's that? You know. That's what I'm asking, baby. You said it all, my dear.
as I remove the last thing there.
These are children so far in my hand. Those children.
That black apple. I beg, move on. One dash. I got it. Yeah, what bring out? Bishop, I got this one.
No, it's still getting away. You know, say. Then you see the car. Then you see the boss.
This boy, no.
He's a bad man. This boy is a bad man. Hey. Where's that transfer? No, patience will know myself. We put up our hands. You saw my hand that time now. It was for the three of us. You can put my hand up. I'm peeling. I want to look for that white bucket to put it inside. It's super sweet. I want to just see first of all if it's there, and then I have to shift it out and move it. Okay, this is it here. I've seen where it is now. This guy didn't carry what I put the inside master. Funny. Yes, boo.
Je pensais qu'on fait de la manière qu'on fait l'haricot à part, après ça on mélange.
Sweetheart, what she saying?
She's explaining that I was thinking that they do the beans, they fry it with tomato and everything, then they join it together. She says no, that they just boil it, then they
pound.
Yes, together.
No,
so
they cannot make it like.
No, that's how they make it. So she's asking how we
when the beans
not
they mark the white. They mark the you cannot do that. Different. That accepted now.
I want to come for. Yeah, I talk for outside. I talk for outside. Very giant. You just escorted some people to this world. We are working carry that guy. No, that. Who give you? Danger.
He just apologized that time now.
You pass corner your wife. Who is there? You can't do it. Your meat carry rod. You walk on the candle, but
This is my mic on. So cool, guys. Someone
They will never say it.
The second thing, feel like they said.
But inside them, when they gather, they go discuss them. They discuss, say something, don't hold me. See, danger. God really bless you. Normally.
Okay, aujourd'hui c'est
No, it is wish.
No, it's not a fact. I'm not saying. I thought that maybe I use a shit. Where you marry?
Mama, I'm coming. I want to move my up.
You marry a man, you have plenty money, you take care of her, she will not make friends, she will not cheat on you, she will not steal your money. Okay, don't bend your head down. Your children will go to school, they will learn you.
Keep it with you. I'm in the kitchen.
No, your grandmother is fine.
I'll have you put it back on my mind.
No. They will cook tomorrow. Your grandmother. So she's telling them the program of those that will cook tomorrow. Leave them in charge.
They said 2 months now. They're bad breed. Take it off.
Ça va.
I've always played in that beach. I want to be in that beach and enjoy the benefits. People who have passed through this have been kissed inside.
This is just
Okay, ma, okay. Dimanche, c'est patience et moi.
You remember yesterday now? Today.
No, lock it back. Make it like this.
You're very attentive.
Yesterday we
Please take out my top.
Ah bon, d'accord.
Na stick man. Na big stick man. Okay. You will turn to a fool. You will turn to a fool by doing that. How can you close everyone in this house? You do not call like you know they will. You will remain you are. Uncle.
If you are even friends with more than half of the house,
Something they do.
When you get close to them, why automatically become my enemy?
Okay.
See, finally.
No.
Yes, as Bernardo does, I say finally.
Then you want to connect. How will you even connect? How we say you're just one.
Qui dit qu'il va barriquer?
C'est Margot qui dit qu'elle est plus mordue de la cuisine.
Mathis, ça me fait tabac. No, yeah. I get cold, they suck oil.
Le papaye. Le papaye est où?
Si le fils là,
Je te vois. Les gens vont tout manger, non? Je te vois tout le monde là.
What is it begging?
J'ai dit que les noms. Qui commence par A.
Dans le nom des animaux qui commencent par H. Qui sont nommés.
Everybody signal. Yes. Give them something. Yes.
Bon, par A. Donc,
Maintenant, si une lettre, moi, je vais appuyer dessus.
voilà, donc, je dois seulement faire uniquement les lettres que je connais. Donc.
Oui. Que tu vois, donc, il y a quand même une ou deux par personne. Dès que tout le monde a donné, après, on donne sa soeur.
This knife is not sharp. I'm waiting.
Then
Mama.
it goes through. Forget how to see first. When that does answer me, you say, best forget. For now.
You mostly were in church, right? Mama, pardon.
Church about 3 years.
You don't have to
C'est pourquoi? Like you like stuff like me.
If I have to do it,
Oh, that's another thing.
I have a little bit of fire. That's why I refuse to move on.
When I was in gaming, the only one is.
Because you regarde you mets non de
Do you want to employ police to keep doing that?
non de suite m'entend par là. Ah, là, non,
Deux temps, vous allez plus là.
Tu me mets, moi,
Bon, donc vous avez dit, comme 5 catégories, on demande.
C'est 5 catégories là, toute la famille.
Et après, le même catégorie AB, le même catégorie AC, jusqu'à la même fini.
Tu prends même 6 catégories.
They are fortune now.
This guy is going to be feeding his needs. I think that's
And not just go to the day for one pot.
and your fat
Like
out.
cow, liver, or fish, or then this stock fish now. What Morocco?
The number that you pay him monthly.
They put it chop so.
This
This small guy, then soup. I love it.
Yeah. I still oh.
Bring down.
Is it a deal? Oh yeah, now crypto.
You have my wallet address, right?
Where are the money? Because he needs to commence his duty like right now.
I'll be at the service, sir.
So once I confirm the transaction, I ask him to
You don't bring a fake news. You don't bring a complete news. If I discover that at the end of the day, your news is fake.
No, it cannot be fake, sir.
He wants everything Nigeria appreciate. I will make sure that I verify with you.
5-star babe diesel.
And make sure that it's not fake. No, we have to
Friend in the Lord.
Why is it
Journalist.
What is his name?
Yes.
So why you asking? People ask like the name or is it Shim?
Who called you the name?
14, Nadine et moi. Dario est aussi malade.
So, but that's what is his name? So that you say no, and
Even moi, David avec lui.
Okay.
I want to name letter for this. Can we?
So, what I feel like
From long season.
Igbo, Nigerian.
Hope you didn't touch it. And I will vex.
Touch me again.
It's on the past.
the park. No. It's his family brother.
It's been a category.
Yes. They are playing in Abuja now. It doesn't look like
You see the way they see TV in American movies, estates, like those houses. You have pictures every house, like it's an estate, every house, people also want to they call the house where you're going to. Every house is the same. They have that carpet grass, they have the and they're not gated. It's not gated, they're not
Okay, watermelon. Okay. Okay, after this is orange.
The guy who came out with slapped he slapped someone hitting on the back with his I think it was very Sherry or something. Someone hitting him, but I don't know if the guy came and quite get 15.
C'est que tu penses que
c'est vrai. That time BMW son my dear, I left my glass one step at home. I said, I'm not embarrass my family. You know this house you see in James One where everywhere is glass. They are standing up there. That's what I saw like the back.
Good man. A very good man.
Hey!
Yo, one money. Money is fine.
You are not
I missed the song that
to do one. I not try. Hey!
Exploit.
I went to the market.
Il a dit que merci mon capitaine. C'est la même chose. Merci mon capitaine. Il est fast. Il nous dit capitaine.
But my picture.
Speak another person, yes, sir. Je ne laisse pas. Yes.
Station. Don't leave.
For one line.
Callisto's a very walk on this side.
Callisto's is sick.
He's nowhere.
He's nowhere.
Yes, Callisto is not really fine. He left this place.
No need for water.
No, let them go.
AC is my phone. That was a word.
I'm just going away now.
I beg. Now that food is at the keep and beat you and don't have to leave my
no need for water.
Oh, it's my time.
Mado, they put me and you took a fish.
And it's a nice night.
Why are you put me?
I'm not a mini fight. I said,
Enjoy yourself.
Maggie, I saw the class of paper. You want to start being one.
Maggie, enjoy.
She said, no,
Everybody needs a
me and you. Me and you that one.
Joy.
If you want to end up with you, we're not very good. It's not much of an impact.
I don't want to. We will born Biggy's mansion.
all is that one, all like you.
You have shown me
But 200 don't get problem. But I don't have the top. Because you should get magic for your head. Magic.
No, I don't make me tell you what friend like that one the best. What do you know? If I'm making breakfast, I'm making breakfast. No. I'm making lunch, I'm making breakfast. Okay. Hi, Bella. What's your food? You are moody cook. I've been given 20 minutes to talk on something I want to break today.
Yeah.
If you allow
French.
me,
Rest in peace, French.
conversation later, I'll break tonight.
The
other stuff we are not going to bother trying to bring them this week. Okay. Yeah, I think it's 2 persons. Yes. This is how I want it to be. I want it to be interactive. I'll not use up to the 20 minutes that was given on this lesson so that we can
Please, even if you by mistake, so you happen to go upstairs, I beg. But you just find yourself that you feel like going upstairs, I beg, you come and see me. Let me give you this my shoe to help me with the slippers. If in case you have to.
Okay. Alright. This is Angel.
No problem. I'll remove it and still
I'm
anything
going
left.
in and out of this place as Angel. I am an educationist, a caterer, a hairdresser, and many more. But today I will be focusing on the education
C'est pas facile.
and I'll be talking on something entitled the upbringing.
C'est pas facile. Le chose de cœur. Things of the heart.
Okay, now a lot has been happening and lately culture here and there. People saying that my child is not very well because of this, because of that, because of that. Now, for what I stand for, being an educationist, I can talk from experience.
Who no go no. Say Nadine don't learn French. Hey!
Just like I was saying here the other day, we had
Continue.
a debate. Now during that period, I picked up some things that triggered what I want to talk about.
Continue.
From it.
You say?
The 21st century parenting is quite different from parenting of the 90s. Parenting of the 90s came from in a harsh way, which of course it was not bad. Now, we live in those days where we think cautioning or correcting a child, maybe by physical action, is wrong. Sometimes it's wrong because a child who has already started going out of themselves, if you correct them by beating, it will not make sense. You will rather give that child the level of confidence, the level of energy for them to keep on doing what they are doing. And many parents,
He shall hook you in front.
of this 21st century, we don't even know what to let our children watch when it comes to the activities like the TV and the games they play. We don't even know the kind of conversations we let our kids sit down to listen to. Now let's look at that one from the point of this kind of parents that argue on little things. They don't just argue, they insult one another. They render insult on the man and the man respond and all the rest. Some parents don't understand that for them to have a conversation, they need to take the child out of the scene. To some of them, they don't even notice. When they argue, they fight, they go physical in front of that kid. They don't even know the repercussions. And some, I've seen a situation, let me give you an example, even like during a sexual activity. I've seen a case where a child was demonstrating, how, was demonstrating what the parents do at night on a neighbor's child. Like this child woke up, this child was 3. This child I'm talking about was 3 when he did this act. He got up one morning while they were playing with other kids in that compound. He fell, he went and he took a little girl for 5 years. The boy, the one who demonstrated is 3 years, and the one he did the actions on is 5 years. The girl took this girl child, asked her to lay on the floor, and then he climbed on her and was doing, So when a neighbor saw them doing what they were doing, he walked up to them and asked what they were doing. He said, "Uncle, I just wanted to show her what my father is always doing." So this thing went viral in my quarter to a point that people started.
Fuck you, President, what he said.
I mean, I heard of it. I was just, I understood because being a classroom teacher is very, very. We see things. We go through a lot that if we were to call the parents to talk to them individually, we will not be able to. You'll not be able to handle all the children. Let's say you're dealing with 100 plus people in class. You'll not be able to meet their parents individually. That's out of our curriculum or activities of the year, or that is out of our calendar of activities. So a lot of things are happening. So I want to use this opportunity to teach us on how we can handle our kids in order to help them just fit in the society easily, fit in class easily, fit in when interacting in school easily. I will not be called to work on something and then I'm giving a program. I'm going out of that program. It is true that I can love a child in school, but now being an educationist, we know that people are classified into 3 classes. The ones that are doing extremely well, they fall in the first class. The ones that are doing normal, they fall in the second class. The ones that are not doing well at all, they fall in the last class. Now, when we classify them in that way, the burden of working with them is not on us, it's no longer on us, it's on the parents. And most parents of the 21st century, they fail. Imagine us, we no longer coordinate the activities of our kids at the level of the house. Being a parent, you should be able to coordinate the activity of your child, what your child is listening to, what your child is watching, what time your child is sleeping, what time your child has to rest. You need to put that program that make the psychology of that child, as they are still young, you can control them. I believe that from 15 to 0, you have the power, the full power to control a child, to control and structure a child from 15 to 18. That is why they say from that 15 to 0, the parent has full control of the child. From 18 to 20s, the parent has has control over the child partly, and the child has control over their life. Now from 30s and above, the child has control over their lives, over you, the parent. That means you can, between 15 downwards, you can tell them stand here and they will stand. Between 18 upward, you will tell them stand here, and they want you to give a reason why you want them to stand there. And from 30 and above, when you tell them stand there, they will tell you wait, I'm coming. That means they are the ones in control over you. So if you fail within these stages, when you fail within the primary stage, at the end of the stage where you have full control over the life of your child, it is impossible for me as an educationist to do something when it comes to your child. Your child will only end up being a nuisance to the society, a nuisance at the level of the school or anywhere they find themselves, because I will not go past my own office. Now, look at it in terms of character-wise and how children, they talk to others. There are some parents that it is very okay for them to expect their child to be to meet people and don't say even hello. I've seen cases where it is okay for you to greet somebody's child and the child doesn't respond, and the answer they have to give or what they want to do, they have to say in respect to that action is now so the picking day, like in a topic for any man. It is wrong. It is wrong as a parent. You don't expect your children to start at that early stage to choose who to talk to. It is very, very wrong. You're supposed to correct that child at a moment. And then there are some of us that will teach people, some of us parents, that will teach our children or will send information to our children, to our partners through our children. It is completely wrong. If you have something to say to your spouse, you have something to say to the father of your child, because I'm looking at this parenting not just only at the area from the area of marriage. I'm looking at it generally. Whether you're a single parent, whether you're married, I'm just giving it a general touch. There are some of us. Let me cite an example of a single parent where the mother is somewhere with a child and the father is somewhere. You will call the father of that child and you want to talk to the father and you send the message through the child. It is wrong. At that early age, we teach our children things that they are not supposed to know. And at the end of the day, we say, no, it is good to give them the exposure. Exposure comes with class, age, and everything. So we have to be mindful of the things we expose our children to. Another thing that I also have realized and noticed that I don't joke, is the way we dress our children. Dressing your kids, if you look at the 21st century dressing, it speaks a lot. That is why they say the way you dress is the same way people are going to address you. Now, no matter how you convince somebody about my dressing is not in my head, it's just physical, it's just the way I feel comfortable in it, that is not the way the society is going to judge it. The society has something in their heads, and that is something, that is the highest thing I notice. As Africans, we have not been able to unlearn and learn the ways of the Western world. So I see parents, if you go to a school where uniforms are being provided, you see some parents come, some children come in a situation where I teach a technical school. Now, you have a level where your skirt as a girl is supposed to end. You come and meet some putting on short skirt, they have made their shirt and skip one a certain button. Now, when you go to class, when the male teachers go into class, they start getting distracted. You're teaching, you're going around. It is true. That is something that no one can avoid. You understand? You don't expect the male teacher to be teaching and then comes across an exposed breast, laughs, and doesn't get distracted. No matter how strong they fight it, they will get distracted. That's why you see, we sometimes we signed documents, we took oaths not to get in any way, in anything relationship when it comes to our students. But sometimes the way the society will live, some of these children will do these things and they will not even first of all notice. They will not even first of all tell you. You will see them with unwanted pregnancy. They will know that this I'm being put in this situation by my teacher. They will not say it because they enjoy the activity. So the way you dress your child at that early stage matters a lot, because they are going to grow up with that habit. If you start dressing your child at that early stage, you see a 3-year-old, 5-year-old child being given a short skirt, mini skirt, all these crop top things. Those are things for mature people, for people who already know the use. You're using it to expose a newborn baby. Sometimes some of these children, they fall sick, they get pneumonia. There are children who are not born with that, but because of exposure. A 6-month-old baby has nothing to do with the designer stuff. What you need to do is cover them. A 5-year-old girl has nothing to do with a miniskirt. You, who is already mature, who knows why you're putting on a miniskirt, should put on a miniskirt. It is not because you, the mother, you're exposed that you think that you just let them dress the way they dress. So I want you guys to understand that this is not true. You understand? It's just for us, especially for those of you who are already there and those who are yet to enter that field. Don't come up and think that it is because you have had the exposure, you have had everything, that you will allow your child to go through all of these things. Turn them. By turning them, you equally help us who are doing what we are doing. We are there to impart knowledge. And the knowledge, the knowledge we are called to impact in the life of these children is limited. It's limited. We are not allowed to go past that level. We are not allowed to go past that level. We are being restricted and we are working on a program. So if as a parent, you don't train your child well, you don't train your child how to follow some rules, you don't train your child how to take orders, you don't train your child how to dress. I will not be a teacher in class and I come and be educating your child how to stitch their skirts to be long, how to button their shirts, how to sit in class and all the rest. How to iron their uniform, all those things is not part of my job. And if I should pick a child, now let me give you an example. I attended a nursery school graduation program where at the end of that graduation program, a parent picked a quarrel with a teacher, and this was her problem. The only reason she picked up that quarrel was because her daughter did not take part in the programs, in the activities of that graduation. And she started saying, all these school days, so I don't ever send my pikin for the school, that's very bad school, I want to move the pikin. Teacher, they no. And when I approached her and asked her, she said, her daughter was supposed to be given an activity. She's surprised that her daughter would come to school, go through school for these 2 years and not be given an activity when her daughter is so outspoken. Her daughter at home is very active. Her daughter at home is active doing what? Active, dancing, skele what? Oh my God. The daughter is not at home active with educative programs. The daughter is at home active with worldly programs. Let me not use that word, worldly program, funny programs. Yes. The daughter is at home active with funny programs. You're watching Nigerian movies, you're watching comedies, you're playing games, you're watching Malians and all the rest. You don't expect, and some of these parents, after exposing their daughters to their children to these things, they now carry them and post on their WhatsApp status. If you notice you have had 200 views, you know your daughter is a star. And if 20 people comment, you know your daughter has made it. No. Us educationists, we are not there to evaluate how good your daughter can dance. If your daughter has dancing skills, it's none of our business. We are there for a purpose, and that purpose doesn't include us discovering. You as a parent, you are in better position to discover the talent of your kid, to discover the field your kid can best do well in. Now, if I have to come in there to sort that out, your kid has to be extremely smart. And that is what we lack to understand. When I approached this woman, she was so bitter. She was so bitter that she was doing nothing but condemning the whole school, the whole administration. They know nothing. They are so incompetent, and that is the best schools. You hear people talking about when it comes to Balinda. She was condemning the whole administration, and when I noticed she had little or nothing to say, but for the fact that her daughter is this, her daughter is good at this, your child can be outspoken, but speaks nonsense.
That's it.
You don't expect me to come in class and your child is just there, I don't hear what the child is saying, and I focus on that child. No. I will focus on those that when I bring up the lesson, they participate, they take notes. There are sometimes you even give them homework when you send them home to go work with their parents. If some parents don't have time, if you notice, especially these days where, okay, I love them. If you notice these days, most parents, all of us, we are busy. We are doing one thing or the other. So we lack time for the kids. And I want to pray and beg that for you to give birth to a child, that you will not have that time to monitor, to follow up, please. Give yourself all the time you need in this world to do whatever you want to do before you start that office.
Thank you.
Don't look at your age, because you look at your age and end up creating a society nuisance in the form of a human being.
Thank you very much.
The society is going through a lot, and educationists are there to turn that. Educationists are there to make sure they bring up something that can help that can help fix what is already spoiled. But we have a limit. We cannot go past that limit.
Thank you.
If there's anything anyone wants to say, I don't want to keep it long. I know we are tired, everyone is sleeping. Maybe by asking questions, ask anything that has to do with the educational field, I'll be able to.
Question.
Yes, sir.
How do you do children that are naturally stubborn? There is one on children naturally stubbornness in their blood.
Oh, pardon that. How do you
deal with kids that are naturally stubborn? They are born with the spirit of stubbornness.
Okay, they were born naughty. In fact, they are naughty. No child was born stubborn, but they grow naughty. They grow naughty. Sometimes to handle such kids, you need to go with their flow. As in, if it's a playful child, you can teach them through play, through games. Like if you notice, in some cases, especially I deal with adults, but now I have knowledge on how you can handle these little ones because I've been there before I came up. Now to handle such as a parent, if you notice they like playing a lot when you're instructing them or you're trying to put them through something, play along with them while putting them through that thing. If you want to give a child food, for instance, that child does not want to eat, the child wants to go and play, carry that food, go after the child. Try, initiate a conversation with the child, go after the child with the food, calm them down with sweet words, make them to understand that what they are doing is wrong, but in a nice way. But now, in some cases, if that doesn't work, initiate UPC. Like, be harsh, be dictative, this dictatorial method, because in some cases you see a father, that you see some homes, that a father, the moment the father is coming home, children are
adjusting themselves.
That is because that man has set principles. Then in some cases you see it's the opposite. When the mother is coming home, they are trying to adjust. So if you notice, in case you and your partner are in the same place, just let the other person who the child fears to handle the child. Have a good conversation with your partner, understand with them, and let them know that, okay, since this child is scared of him or her, I would like you to handle the child when it comes to their homework, because if I'm a child, I'm scared of my father. I know that my father does not like seeing me play. If my father brings my assignment from school and says sit down, I will obviously sit, I will obey. That's the only person I fear. So that's the easiest way. You go with it by playing or by.
Just to throw more light on the way you answered question. I think, well, we cannot say some children are not born stubborn, but in most cases, it's the way
the
it's treated,
environment.
the way it's handled.
Yes.
Like the old saying goes, charity begins at home. Now, if a child's stubbornness or a child's naughtiness is overlooked at home or is encouraged at home, that child will grow to be stubborn. Understand? Now, you cannot leave that on you cannot leave all of that burden on the teachers. Like Angel rightly mentioned, some of these teachers deal with more than 100 pupils a day. You can't expect them to do that. They can't even for the ones they notice they're not paying enough to do things like that. Now it's left to the parents to make sure they are attentive at home. Because especially with the ages of 0 to 5, kids are very impressionable at that age. Their brains are like sponges. The least thing they absorb. So it's up to the parents to be able to make sure that what the kids are absorbing is the right thing. What are the kids watching? What are they surrounded by? Who are they surrounded by? All of those things influence how the child grows up.
Exactly. Yes, Bishop. Thank you, patience for the online.
I want to talk about the family you mentioned about the lady who came complaining in school that the child is deprived, blah blah blah. The child is not partaking in any activity
which of course you're not expecting.
Bon, I wanted to ask. You mentioned that she said the child danced too well. Bon, during the graduation process, was there not, because I believe that this primary school and this middle school, they always do their ballet stuff. Why is it that they do not fit the child in one dancing stuff so that the mom also can see the child dancing and be happy that the dancing that the child is dancing at home, she can equally dance it in school for people to clap? Because there are some people that want that when they come for graduation, they should see their child do something and everybody should be hearing.
Okay, Bishop, that was a good one. Now let me bring it back to you in the way it's been done. We categorize them in 3 classes. Now the reason is simple. There are some of them. Let's say you have a class of. Let me put it at the name of these nursery schools. You have 60 children in nursery 1 or nursery 2. That's the graduation stage. And during their graduation period, they come up with activities. Some of these children.
I'm a daughter. Wake up, Adash. Wake up, Diamond. I'm a daughter.
So now.
Alice,
it's on my leg.
Alice,
Angel,
please sit down.
Hello,
please sit down.
Angel,
Yes.
You understand?
Okay, so let's look at it. If you look at it from, okay, I was saying that if you have 60 students in nursery 2, and during graduation you're coming up with activities. You are coming up with activities that you're coming up with activities for that day. Our focus is for the program to go successful. Our focus is not for every child to participate. That's the first thing we put in place. The second thing, we focus on the children who can and not on those who will try. Now, most of these children, that's why I made mention of the fact that they dance scaling, wood scaling at home, but in school, they are so dormant to everything that they do. To a point where you take out 30 minutes of your extra time in class to say something over and over. That means you handpick a child in class, you concentrate on that child, you forget about the other simply because you want what you're saying to sink into their head. But still, at the end of the day, the next 30 minutes, you ask that child to repeat just one thing from what you said. A child has forgotten, but the child will just be, Madam, 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 Madam. That is very, very difficult to go with. And then another thing that we're looking at when it comes to We are not looking for children to come and showcase, you understand? No, it's okay. I wanted
My hand was up.
No, she wanted to say
Let me
something.
join any them before you. I wanted to know how you responded to the lady that was complaining.
Okay.
She was saying that she would take the child off the school, and then what was your reaction towards her to leave the
Good
child?
one. Now, as somebody who understands the situation and her pain at that moment, because she had brought in her family members and maybe the father of the child, that was a single mother dealing with distance and all the rest. So I understood her pain, and what I had to tell her was this. Please, I would like you to go back home, work more with your child, make sure that she fits in these school activities at the level of the house. Evaluate them, or probably you can get a teacher in school to work with this child specifically and report back their activities to you. And if you don't get your friend, get somebody you're not friendly with. If you have to pay them for their extra service, pay them for their extra service, because you might lack time to individually evaluate your kids and know how the things to know her strengths. So just get a teacher, pay her for extra services, then he or she will do the job for you, and after your reports you will know if your child is capable or not. Yeah.
Yeah. It's an attribute of what he said and what you said. I think getting a private teacher is very important for your kids.
And that's if you're busy.
Yes, and that's if you have money to pay them. It's important because what the teacher failed to do in school, the private teacher at home could educate the child best. You understand?
Yeah.
Now, also, I want to emphasize that some parents should try as much as possible to discover what their kids like, what their kids is best in doing. Some parents, you see how the white people live. If a white man has a child and discover that the child is fond of playing football, the white man already discovered that that's what the kid is best in doing. He or she start developing that talent in the child when the child is small. You see them sending them to football schools, music schools, and all the rest. We know in Cameroon we don't have such schools here, and some parents will be like, no, let me first of all send my kids to a primary school after secondary school before we fly them abroad to go to more professional schools. You understand? So some parents should first of all discover the talent of their kids before putting them pressure or sending them to school to go and study a particular thing or not. That's in attribution to what he was saying and what you said earlier.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Questions?
Okay, I wanted to just throw more light on the answer Bishop's question. Now, Bishop, I'm not sure what the selection process or procedure was in that school, but I think personally we all been to nursery school or primary school. I've danced ballet before as well. There's most of us, not all. The selection, the criteria to select for those extracurricular activities is not always whether the child knows how to, or whether the child is the best dancer or not. Now, if you're dealing with about over 60 kids, you can't be going around saying you want to pick only those who dance very well. No. You look at those who have performed well in class, then from there you select those ones that can dance as well, you understand? So maybe the child's only strength was dancing, and the child didn't perform properly in class. Maybe the child came at the bottom 5, and they couldn't pick the child just because the child knows how to dance Kelewu and Skelewaz, in the words of our...
And that one also because normally I'm just trying to be logistical.
Yes.
So that if a child is dormant in class, should not prevent the child from participating in other activities.
Of course.
He or she knows very well.
Of course.
Because those stuff like that, if at all is a dormant child and then the child knows how to dance very well, at least give that child the chance also to perform something that he or she can do good.
I understand, Bishop, what I'm trying to say.
Because if you see how that mom was like, surely
She knows that the child is very dumb, but allow the child to dance. People really clap.
What I'm saying is Bishop, I understand that, but what I'm saying is when you're dealing, maybe in a small classroom that's possible, when you're dealing with over 60 kids or 100 kids, there will obviously be some that have performed well in class and can dance as well, you understand? You get my point? So if my child is maybe amongst the first 5 and she can dance very well, and then I come on the day of ballet and my child is not there for ballet, to be honest, the fight will break out.
Okay. Let me put more light to what Patience has just said. She's saying it's right now, maybe Bishop, back to you. She's saying the way, but now let me just make you to understand something in a clear way. She said something of performance in class. Now when it comes to during graduation period, we do not only overemphasize on performance. Now why? Because we want all of them to participate. Okay. I said something about the success of the occasion. Yes, because it's an occasion. Individually, as a parent, we know at least we are now two in the kitchen because Afa was great strengths, weakness. So if you come up on some of us, some parents' level of ignorance is even worse than that of the kids. That's the primary problem. Because coming up on an occasion like that, sometimes we don't even evaluate our kids' strengths at home before we go out in public wanting our kids to belong. Before you want your child to belong, you should know what your child can do and what your child cannot do. Some of us don't do that. I talk to parents personally when I notice something strange about your child. That strange can be positive, can be negative. If I discover something good about that child, I always look for the parent. Something bad about the kids, I look for the parents. That is how I go about my own educational activities. So, looking at that, like with this case, it was a clear case of a parent who doesn't even know the child. Because with these kids, it's that kind of a child that she's comfortable in her own zone. Out of her zone, she's not comfortable. That means if you bring her out to do something, even if it's something that they know how to do, they will still not, you understand? They'll rather prefer to just be up. Are you understanding what I'm saying? And we don't expect a school, because of one child, to bring down their image. Let it look like, because of that one child, the whole public, every parent coming into that school can notice and maybe start pulling their children out of that school that no, they're not doing well, they're not doing. How can they organize something like this and it's a complete failure? So we can always feed, you understand? Try to work with them behind closed doors, but bringing them in public. They don't use kids who are not smart to showcase a school. That is why when they are going out for this outdoor debates, we select. I always coordinate. We select the best. It doesn't matter if the 3 persons standing up to debate on behalf of the whole school, they come from one class or they come from one mother. All we want is a success of that program. So during graduation, that particular system is applicable. Your child can come out last, but is active in speech making. We will give them a rhyme to present. We give them a song to sing. We let them dance. But if your kid is outspoken at home, but at the sight of the teacher or at the sight of other students, they don't want to talk, I will not bring that child out in public to bring down the image of that school because I want your child to participate. That is why I'm saying that we as parents, we have to take our time, evaluate our kids. When you see your kids start shying away from saying good morning, when you see your kids start shying away from saying good morning to people, you see your kids start shying away from saying good morning, from responding to make greetings from neighbors, know that that kid out of your sight will shy away from everything. Sometimes these kids, they know, but because of their, they are shy, they are in their shells. We have to also learn how to teach them to come out of their shells. Teaching your child to be bold doesn't mean you're teaching your child to be disrespectful. So you just need to make that child to be bold, make that child to reach that level where they can understand.
Thank you.
You've spoken, I've learned. I'm sorry that at some point in your conversation I was harsh or sarcastic.
No, it's okay.
And
We are all tired. I just wanted something that can keep us going while they keep doing this shit. They don't miss out on the rest of the activities.
I was a little worried about, I told you to correct this, that children from the white man's category, I think they are white, they easily,
I didn't even know that.
They said that they easily identify the potentials of the kids than blacks. I think that's a misconception.
No, I didn't.
How is it?
People from the white man country, something like that. So maybe you
I
can
was
clarify
wondering
us on that. Does it mean,
No, wait, let me use whatever he heard because it's not everything that we hear.
Is it that people who are...
No, please bring it back again because it might be something I did not take note of.
I think just say it straight.
Yes, straight.
Okay,
That's what I'm saying. Might be something I did not take note of.
She didn't notice that because she used it as an example. Okay, so just address her directly. Diamond mentioned it.
Yes,
So
Diamond said that children from white man's country.
Can I say it again?
That they are easily identify their talents and they see how to find them along. But I think this is a misconception because people who are enlightened, people who are informed, they can easily guide their kids. It does not simply means it doesn't necessarily mean where they're coming from, which color, their skin, which language they speak. I was expecting you maybe to elaborate.
Angel. No, I did not take note of that. Let us say what she has to say so that I yes.
When I spoke, I quoted the white man or white children as an example. And the reason why I quoted them, I had to explain that they easily predict their children. Because I was talking about the fact that parents should take time to know what their children like and what they hate or what they are capable of doing. If you see that your child is always playing football, like when he comes back from school, it's always like, Mom, I want to play football. And you say him, go and bake, go and read. He's like, Mom, I want to play football. Start noticing that your kid loves playing football. White people are conscious of that fact. A white man is very conscious of their kids. And that's why I made that example that they should take note of that.
You said you wanted me to take
You understand?
Still going back to
what I'm saying is very right.
Yeah.
Because
I know I have
even in the white man's land, you will see a man,
yes.
the child loves to ride only bicycle. You want to fortify that child to know that bicycle to the extreme.
They are
The
conscious
child
of
knows how to play only the tennis. You see them, they'll focus on a certain thing, and that is why white men are always doing it very well. Because they say that if a child is dull in education, it doesn't mean that child
is dull.
Is a madman that can only
Excuse me.
when the child is failing, they can choose when the child is doing well and then push the child through. But for us, what is in our brain is
education.
Okay, sir. Diamond, you made mention of when the white man sees that your child is good in football.
Yeah, because she's saying that they have to join to football.
And you mentioned Cameroon has us, I mean, Cameroon have football school.
Is it the game you're working on?
And I want to say it is wrong for you to start calling our football school.
I said few. You people should always listen when I talk. I can always
You
back.
can
I can always back. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. We are talking to learn Queen Mother. And you're asking the question to me and I'm answering it to you. It's a learning process.
I've not learned until you picked it up.
Because you already made the mention of you were asking another person.
Sorry, ma'am.
So can I talk now? Like when I said in Cameroon, I was comparing it to them. Because we know here that we don't have enough facility, Queen Mother. We might have some schools, but it's not easy to reach the school. And it's expensive. You understand? Everything that I'm saying that parents should take note of what their children
likes doing, and to see how they can promote them, encourage them. Because education at times is very good, but not all the time.
This dear Diamonds, you don't have to say the school there. We both have relatives there abroad. They also complain of those things.
But you know that people send their kids from here to go
because they don't have sense.
Do you know how people send their kids from here to go abroad?
My lady, please now. I know you have two. In fact, I have a lot. Let him say he has not said the word.
The underlining thing here is that I'm not a black supremacist. Neither am I a white
racist.
Neither am I a white supremacist. I'm not talking about racism. I'm talking about supremacist. Yeah. The other next point here is we should not think white are the only
Who said that?
And that is not what
That's
she
not what
said.
I said. People always like.
That's not what she said.
Anything that people always like to. Listen. I was not comparing. It was an example, man. It's just an example. It's an example. There's a difference between quoting an example and comparing. I did not be. I was not like what they are doing.
I'm not even saying anything.
It's Queen that was saying that was comparing. No,
because he was saying something and just telling me.
No, Sherry.
I was saying that.
Other people are making side comments. They are not talking. It's only when Diamond wants to talk, you talk.
Nobody was doing any side comments, sir.
Diamond.
Even Jimmy wanted to still talk.
No, Diamond.
So they will not talk if you say something that does not.
That is what I've corrected. That is not comparison. I was quoting an example. Bishop was there.
Can we talk in a
See, my problem with Diamond is that when she wants to give a point, we'll see what they are doing.
Yes, please.
The point, when someone wants to say something, I want the person to learn. Before you spark.
No, I'm not sparking like what you think I'm sparking.
Right
now.
Please,
Let's not catch feelings, okay? Hanson, I'm on you.
Diamonds.
Diamond, not diamonds.
Diamond. But there is an S in your.
No, it's Sigan.
Okay.
Simply because they could not finish.
Okay, but I'm seeing an S there. So
No, it's diamond.
pardon me. I say what I see.
It's okay.
You are sent to Madonna. You are not at Madonna. Say what you see.
I read what I see. Mr. Hanson, please make your point. It's very, very important.
What I was saying, which I already said, I'm not a white supremacist. I'm not a hater of white intelligence. Because the other thing got while walking from sleep was when she said, instead of saying smart people or smart parents easily identify their children's talent and orientate them towards what they should be from childhood. She said white people
Exam
Let me finish now. She said like white people or white people is still the example. The example could have been with smart people and not a color. That was his problem, and that was our problem, and that was
which I'm right.
And that was my problem. So what I'm simply saying is, what I'm simply saying, no.
They already understand.
We are not doing anything that
it's not to you, Nadia.
Can I
It's not to you.
Can
I don't want to cash.
Can I
Please.
No, it's not to cash.
It's not to cash me.
No, Diamond, when you were talking,
Do you know that now? Do you know that now? I am the one. No. Are you still there? Are you still there? Yes.
We don't want to take off any activities when the rest are not here.
Can I finish?
Yes, sir. The floor is all yours.
From when I was born till now, I had always believed in a black skin. I've always been proud of it, and I believe in their intelligence, I believe in their opportunities, I believe in their capacities, and there is no way, and there is no.
there is no way you will be talking about a smart people and you use a color as an example and stay quiet. Your example was very perfect, but my problem is instead of referring to smart parents, you refer to white as though every black person is dumb. And you mentioned
no, let him in
your example. The one thing that
you
don't
have a mental that you measure his words.
What is
the one thing the one thing we don't understand is that when you are talking, the one thing we don't understand is that when you are talking and somebody is listening, when that person wants to talk, you feel like the person is talking more than you. Forgetting that when you are talking and somebody is also listening, the person feels like you're talking more. So until the person is feeling whatever they want to say, let them be. That is it. So please, whatever we want to say here, which I'm not even interested in any other thing, is never you use a color as a perfect example of smart. Black and white.
If this is my own process, you should accept it.
Okay, let me quote you. The best musicians are blacks. We also have
in your own knowledge.
Okay.
We are not.
Statistics.
You see, they are saying now. Jay was talking. If I was the one that wanted to answer, I'd be like, allow them. Nobody will shut me up. I will talk.
No, we are learning here.
Diamonds. We are all learning.
If you didn't make that mistake,
no, okay. Angel, please, can I say something, ma? It's your program. You came up with it. I love the fact that we are trying to learn in it. Now, when you say something that I said so, I am still here. You understand? I'm still talking. I'm still here to tell you what I said. You understand? I'm still here to tell you what I believe. Your definition of whatsoever, your way of judging whatsoever, it could be different from mine. Now, it depends on what we decide or what we are to believe. I will say it again. This was an example. I said, like the white people, they are conscious of what their kids like. And when they are conscious of it, they send them to school. I quoted an example of footballers. If their kid is growing up and they realize that their kid is fond of playing football, they will send them to football school. Whereas our parents back home here, they neglect it. Some of them they don't even have time to spend with their children. Some of them don't even have. I don't think it's it. It's just a knowledge example. It's okay.
Can I have your attention, please? Okay. Diamonds. No one is perfect. Marco, you're going to say something. No one is perfect. I'm just trying to calm a situation here because it's like the whole thing is turning to a situation which I didn't expect it's going to be like that. I made this interactive so we can all come up with ideas and questions. By answering questions, we get more deeper into the whole thing. That's why I did not want to talk. I have a lot to say on this. It is my field and I'm good in it. Now, Diamonds, the whole thing is not to deny your idea. Yes, I focused on one thing you said and my only thing was the addition you made. Right now, the example you gave, Diodone here is trying to make us understand that the example, let me put it in a layman's way, the example is intimidating in the class of a white, the black man. It's like making the white man to look superior over the white man. That's what I'm saying. We understand things from different, you understand? We don't have the same brains. Now, if he sorted it out that way and said it, and Hanson is saying the same thing, that means
Bishop said the same thing with me too.
That is why we are saying that he is saying, from what I understand or what I've gathered from what Diodone said, Queen Mother and Hanson, they are trying to say that it is not only in this case. In another situation where you're trying to put more light into something, don't make it look like the white man is superior over the black man. That's the
understanding they go
That's
so
your own
their own understanding.
When somebody is talking,
Your example.
when somebody is talking,
yes, that's
when somebody is trying to
say that it's just an example.
If this is a learning process,
right?
then you should learn from
You
us.
must educate
Yeah, you
people
contradicted me.
and then try to
Even the racist law, even the racist law,
Hamilton has not contradicted you. Hamilton has just simply made you understand that your example is wrong.
Maybe that's what I'm saying.
If this is not in that context, we are talking from the same context.
Bishop, I follow the law of
Even that one.
I follow the law of racism.
Because normally, right, us, we are being realistic here.
Yeah.
Our parents, there is no but now maybe it is trying to realize itself. At first, a parent cannot remove a child from the school and say that no, see the child, don't let me send that child to go and play football. One parent will just say it will not happen. But now some don't. Let us say white people, the Western people understand that.
Smart people, please.
Because
It's a general case.
because what we are saying this
that's
because of
that's the only
yes.
case. That's why you are trying to
That's what I try to correct. But isn't it that we got a smart people now, but we all know where it comes from.
No way. Okay.
Bishop,
I refuse.
Bishop,
I cannot sit and listen to a ton of black man. I cannot.
They told us.
in Egypt, the Africa.
Why people they are like
I will know where I will speak and I will have backache and I will never submit to white supremacy.
Who is submitting?
You are not a racist. Fighting against supremacy is not
why are we be fighting against it?
When we
recognize the people that are doing this. Can we take this for Anybody who is saying that in this house, I will put knowledge that anyone who is empty, I will make sure you live here with something in your head. Not any empty head. I cannot be just too late talking to anything, but I'm good to basketball. Bring somebody with home. I am coming on tomorrow. It's not wasted. No, wait now. Wait. Maybe sometimes. You people. No, it's not a matter. Wait, can I check? Now, race down here with my people. Yeah, what he said. Yeah, what he said. He said down here, I would have said smart people. Now, who are the smart people? Calm down. If I want to make my point, I'll talk smart people and then they ask me, say, ma, who are the smart people? I will call who is, I will call you. I know about your family. You hear? I call people and I know about them. And learn from white people. And they learn from white people. You understand? And then they lie. And what they give example football. Football. I don't understand. Wait, are you this is no, wait, I put it an example. Fish, me and you discuss about. Yeah. The guy did I can think about some point where you talk say, okay, parents should take the conscious on the fact that they should learn, they should try to know what their children like. Mommy, let me talk about it. When I hear that what I talk and now so. I went back to saying that some African parents are not really conscious in knowing what their kids like. Some of them don't even have time. Some of them they come back for work, so they don't even have to say, they teach you waiting today for school. Some of them they say that they have big bonus. They start highlighting, go and keep that and take their book. I see, for example, like the white people, they are very conscious of their kids and what their kids, when their kids is growing up, what their kids does. I'm putting an example like football. Before ask me, say, I don't deal with people that way. They don't send their money abroad. When they go let the ball, go Cameroon player will get football. Please deny. You like they will all run in. Very wild with that. Why you will make him wait, I will use you and not buy your family. No, they are the only people to be like this. I don't want all the credit. You understand? Don't ask me to get that. This is true. Now I don't let your man choose good part of their kid, not because they are white. This is you talking. I am talking like that. I will choose the people that I want to choose, but it's not racist. And it does not mean that we drunk and not people other things. You want to, you want to tell me that you're always using dollars like that. It's simply because you cannot use money. Or it's simply because you are promoting dollars because you're white man like people like this. Okay, now somebody talked about that's racism. Why now you did not use white man as an example, then you come and use black man. Why not let me down? No. I'm still talking to you. And that's just it. That's just it.
If I say someone who's enlightened, someone who's educated, I have not mentioned a color or a race. You get my point? Because she already identified a particular color that is enlightened. As an example.
To you, very much.
Même si c'est beaucoup, on va les dire aux gens matin.
Il faut que des exemples.
It's this stress. When passion like this, you just come and dance. You give them amusement. Imagine that's not it.
Yeah.
Which says going on go. I said to God, you know that the man that going
Calabar, you know that Calabar yam you really.
That one is sweet to try it.
I said,
I'm like, wow. You are going to try to be sweet to that. Yes, that's
Egypt, when I was country, like Africa here, first ever university. This white learn from us.
We don't have any work to talk about that, you understand?
Let me understand. Why men identify their children's skills and find ways to enhance them. Meanwhile, other white men as well. But the fact that you place the white man, you come and say, but the bad one, you say, black like us, some of those blacks don't have time. That means you have already seen that
all black men are
you understand? Mommy, no need. I don't start this. Oh Jesus! Drink hot water.
It's gonna go around.
Cover it with that.
It will go around. No, I don't know who will come out. Yeah.
When I get out.
Thank you,
I was discussing with Bishop. Why did I hear when somebody was hurt? Why?
Yeah, you never get on point. When they do that, I have a learning process. But when everyone learn, you still wait like.
Why is everybody
That's what I'm made for. But I'm not touching anybody.
You think that white people are intelligent, black people are
Now, the you understand? You know how it is. Don't Okay, now why for example, why bishop? You didn't talk the overshout.
Flatmate. This is not a market. Who has the mic on the glass table? Fish. I said before, even if you are going anywhere in the house, you pick up your mic, make sure it's well fitted on your body. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong.
And I said, if you misuse or malhandle your mics, you will be punished. You have the right to tell the house captain. Flatmates. I see most of you holding your mics in your hands. Clement.
Yes, sir.
Flatmate.
Yes, Biggy.
Clement and Fish. Stand up. All other flatmates should move upstairs.
Ship a bit. The issue is, see me, I really can't. You know, open our middle bed.
Did you put a
One dust them boy. But they understand my into. I say
Any matter. My is I'm not you are going to you know exactly.
Fish and claimant. What do you have to say? Fish and claimant. I am not asking you to explain to me. I warned you about the mics. Do you think because of the mic fish. Clement, this is the last warning. Move upstairs.
You to know where? You said you want to finish, then long appetite for chop. It's not easy.
That day for that rice and beans.
That day for that arrow. That is the that arrow. You said you know chop that immediate time. For sure said it's not easy.
Oh, you did fish all the time. Very easy.
Then for you, how many people? He never continue. Even if we know right now, people don't retire.
Are you so? Are you never talk the woman? You never talk you. You are saying you never talk. I will tell you one time. I make I left my mic. Why?
So I talk to them, I talk, I move my
You never talk, master. Talk. It says I be home and mic on my hand. The first time I enter kitchen, I come and I enter kitchen. Cynthia for my head, Joe for my head. Why don't you know no man? I come on up, Palona. Forget now my mic now.
I have to tell you something. Tell you can use strike to his kid.
But what my mic I'm being talk. Because I'm check low my mic. Some my mic. Okay, I'm going to share you more.
No, call me punish you. Don't stand.
Yeah, clear up 5 down below.
5.
So man.
Not 5. There's someone at 2.
Yeah, sick boy.
Oh.
Yeah, sick.
Biggy match.
Yeah, sick and then.
Is someone at 5? Oh, the Biggy. I want to have a situation this. So as never is a claim on me.
But I'm second. No, say I did. Show the end.
Feel much. And then the Biggy, that means you make a laugh.
Don't do Brad fair. Box and run.
5. Okay, when I do 5, yeah.
Now can't bother find understand. Look at what you man. You don't find can't find it. Oh, come on.
You coming down there. You be coming down. They are feeding you guys. Give you 1 5 francs.
Clement.
Yes.
Patience is calling for you.
It's calling for you.
Hey, Joe. You talk to the ones. Hey, man. You don't talk about those who take that to get access tomorrow.
You cannot believe that.
First,
You cannot believe that.
that.
Somebody will give an example of intelligence. So, white. It wasn't forgotten that those who were working in British industries, when America was still under, when the United States, this foreign United States was still under Britain, those who were working in those industries were blacks, very from Africa.
The last cover.
And they were working in those industries. Then the person have not even traveled. The person have not got the statistics to find out that okay, in terms of statistics, the things that blacks are doing. And then don't take an example that whites are the best people who know how to orientate their on talents, on potentials, on skills. It doesn't happen. So our argument was based on the fact that we were trying to educate her and tell her that she was.
They are still on that topic. They'll punish you again. When one day I did another thing. They are in the broke news, the shake thing.
Wait, you
The opinion was well heard. My opinion was well heard. Based on our personal lifestyle now. Don't tell me that I had to say that they were the best. No, don't say that I was the best. Because don't say they are the best. It was just an example.
No man stood up and said that white
always shaking things.
I was like, really?
Then I was
how did you get there?
How
did we get there?
Fish, I see the way we know, because example to about Dubai now.
In terms of civilization, we try to inform them and remind them that civilization started in Egypt.
People get a strategic area.
Africa.
It's not about that.
Yes, not
we talk about Dubai. We talk about Dubai. Explain how we get Dubai. No be we get Dubai.
Wow, you see Africa?
Man, a lifestyle, master.
Africa is
I swear.
You want to talk about racism? No? Africa. But if you see the way the whole world is see Africa, Africa tell us a small green too. Inside the way, a small green. You want to talk about racism? No? Africa is kind of back. But we have a year where people want to talk about racism. Now Africa is down before. You know how many black and they that UK really talk? You know how many black in the Asia?
The US.
You know how many black in the US?
The Canada.
The Australia.
The France.
The France. You want to talk about black in Africa, about racism. The African period doesn't start civilization, so maybe not white girl. Maybe an African white. It just cannot be white then. It just was a white skin. Right? So when they say civilization start with Africa, you don't say the African then. I don't say it start with the continent of Africa. Geographical location, no be
skin color.
Yeah. No be race. That story is a very long story.
You need to know it comes different you wonder me. Take my ego,
First ever university name inside.
take my ego,
The first ever university in the whole world name inside.
How's that back?
First ever university in the whole world in Africa. Excuse me, so.
So I know that.
You know why? I'll find the council here. You know why? I don't want to say the learn of it. Yeah, the no, you're not talking. Yeah, the yeah. Africa, okay, I'll find the play. Okay,
I'll cheat that.
Ethiopia.
What's this?
Ethiopia.
Voila. No, yeah.
For the whole world.
For the whole world. First ever university in Africa. First ever university in the whole world in Africa. Africa, yeah. You come on TV every day. Learn about it. I'm the total argument. I don't know.
I'm a year now. Wait, no. Now they open up.
Why did Hannah talk about it?
Now they open up.
Who they open up? Africa open up.
You want that no? Hey, baby, you want that no? I see why Ethiopia gets on ground. Ethiopia gets on ground to the Africa. No, what am I country that no? Obama na Sudan, eh?
Kenya.
Kenya.
Yes.
Okay, Obama na Kenya. Okay, now Michael Jackson, who country that? Yeah.
Now say Michael Jackson
against Tote.
Michael Jackson take white skin and a black one.
Say the white skin.
And I take white skin and a black one.
No, but a black one or your
Voila.
I say, but now they open first university in Ethiopia, why? Now them. It must be a white skin man, you know.
Racism law. What's racism law? When you compare the black and white, you need to put anything down.
Wait, that one get out of talk and don't wait up, why? The man passing, no, it's not carry back.
Only one time more you accept it, and at the moment you accept it, we work hard. You say, let's learn.
Why not get a place for man?
They can't tell me
something. Why would they?
My experience. I can't tell you play where I don't go for inside Big Brother.
No, na magic. No, na magic. We don't have spirituality.
That is fine arguments over this.
Why am I no reality? Why am I no real something? Yes.
We find the fish no serious.
They call it high fashion.
Football for day because you don't see they get greater opportunity. Leave I talk for you. Not talk again, you'll see.
Diamond.
You understand it? They get that facility. You can't impact your people.
This is not a market.
The only two get a remind with the African or
stop shouting.
Na ground. Na ground. Why am I not from the whole outside of building? The only two get a remind with the African or na ground. No, only power that now so. We the black skin there. I make all black skin. Yeah, of course, we black skin. The only two get a no na ground. Because black skin get power. Pass white skin. Because our melanin strong. You see what advantage we get now?
We have great scientists.
You understand? Son no be na we who wreck the white man.
Artists all over the world.
We get strength past them. You understand? White man say be aware of that fact. You see,
the first university of Africa. Why am I the get here? Why go make Africa invest? Now they make an investment.
Now they make a shiver. Why am I make an investment? Now
the black man.
You will bring the idea now.
Black man. Black man.
Try and walk.
Go find him.
Argue let's go. So I don't like playing argue. Now they argue you know to talk. Respect yourself.
No yeah, no that for respect yourself. We don't even know if you argue about.
You don't allow me be here now. I don't respect myself like you. I want for you. Boy go. I beg go play the good ground. Hey. The only two get a remain now. Na phone. Don't say phone. Yes. I want remain. I mean, they start getting organic chop for that side now. Because organic chop don't scarce. You understand? And the only place like African man they enter games over the war. And whether they say African are future. You understand? It's not about intellectual weight, technology. Go on a level with that ground the one. Go on a level, like no sweets. I level that man there. Me I don't lie you. When they don't go money, don't go they present some money they wait, then I see. You be drag that money move out. Zero, you know. But you know which way I got. Hey, oh my God. No, it's not G. When they print money, then they will go make that always have 40%. Now you want so you said now you want. Man, man, you know the level. They find my way make and they don't see you. Nobody hear them. They pass. Hey, mother, man, I got come on that one. Technological assets. Digital assets. Well, two will get now. Our cow they go bush. Our sheep them. Our fowl them. Our farmland they all go do our chop for them. You understand? Our older. Boy, Popo no. You see Popo? You see Popo? You see Popo? You see Popo? Don't play with that gang. No play with that gang. No play with that man. Any man you go up and want to talk about Popo no. He don't know that no. You understand? You see that power? You see that power? Come on. Gonna be the one die so. I say Popo we don't say boy you not so now make casino. You know what how men are different level, I don't let the men. Popo don't go hide it. Popo do odd thing. You know odd thing. Now who's here Popo doesn't want to go farm? Who's here? Who's here? When Corona never even start. When the world never even realize. Popo we don't already tell now. Check him, G. People they think I said the blasting a blaster. I said that bag is stupid sense. That part of the year. As I told you so. Popo tell una when someone go farm. Check him. When? Who's here? Before I say go to the farm. Youth, go to the farm. Who's here? Adage. Laquelle année que monsieur le président Paul Biya a dit que partez au champ, les jeunes partez au champ. Il a dit ça quelle année? Il a dit ça quand? Un génie.
Le truc c'est que non, en fait il encourageait que chaque personne utilise, ne soit pas seulement focalisé que ouais, il faut seulement qu'il travaille pour l'État, il faut seulement qu'il travaille pour une autre personne, que chaque personne peut entreprendre. Les gens peuvent entreprendre, il encourageait l'entrepreneuriat et il disait que la terre ne trompe pas, commencer par la terre. Maintenant, il y a seulement bon, c'est une façon de parler que développez votre propre talent. Développez votre propre talent. Il y a ça en janvier 2018, non?
Tu es comme
janvier 2018, dans le school.
Boy, who look around Africa now? I know sure some different president. Inside Africa, tell you country say, gonna go farm for that year. For then I didn't hear they surely talk am. But I hear we probably take Cameroon. Cameroon you then. Look around, I know sure some different president in Africa, they tell country that talk. So hear what I tell you. Yes, I tell you, my choice.
control power, so I get power.
When at the level where they think get power. No, Papa, no, they,
Même Michael Jackson,
but I thought because Mr. Days and Apostle, you understand? But I will go develop a retapper, you understand? I will go study that they pay. I study a granddad, I bring that, I change that. You don't go outside no. You don't go outside. Yeah. I don't know. This information be already there. This information be already there. You know, say majority of the country hate phobia. We never know why. You understand? Majority of the country hate phobia. So anything phobia talk about. Only 20% will catch up. You understand? I want to say anything that part talk now. All man look at it say na wonders.
I don't have enough
Don't get truth. You tell that part talk that how many people be retain now. How many people take into consideration? When people mock that man to sing music inside, you understand? Low brain them. You understand? You understand? Please. When I put a spoiled country where I'm going, isn't that so here? All man for this one. Alright. Isn't that's what I'm going now? All man for this one. Now young the men they like that man. I tell you. Only God bless that power. You see man they live long so God you see that long life we get out boy na bless me na die God they bless anytime man so with long life so you understand when you see man God give long life here other pay age never pass other pay age never go some men do say the day some men do the bango the day I pass the clean.
So all your
I never talk so, but you see long life. Long life is a blessing where they never even count our money, no fit even buy out. Because you don't even buy one time we break.
Anything like one season nobody was happy. People have been
people they say they go change blood, they go do well then I talk them. Like they have to change all to all money if you get at all. Why you not cross 60 years? All the best doctors, best lawyers, why you not cross that age? They can shoot in and shoot out. You see me at the hook of me like fish, I'll be another human being who are dangerous, so you see me I go right in and till my 8. She don't show the tattoo and so you bought me, I look man tattoo and so you don't understand the state. You understand? That step boy. I represent me as I stand so I be a whole country. Yeah. I don't even know whether the man no get an and I'm easy.
There's so much ignorance in
Mommy and
Yes. People's minds now are well traveled. You know, when you see someone is well traveled, it's only when you're playing that. You understand? When you're smart, that's well traveled, somebody. Before, in those days, that in the 90s, our parents, they were there, they could think of now there's a difference between the future of the child and the future of the child. Now when you dictate the future of your child, you reduce your school. You are not saying, okay, this child, I am sending you to school to go and do next. And you are not letting that child to go. Now when you predict the future of your child, you send your child to school. So you encourage the child to do well, thereby giving the child, maybe educate the child from very much. Talk to the child about medicine, talk to the child about teaching, talk to the child about basically talk to the child about all what they should know. Now, when that was happening,
NJ, can I come into your discussion? Can I cut you short? That's why I asked, or else I would have just cut you short. Alright. Do you see the difference between white and black when it comes to children racing and all of that? A white man will predict, right? And then detect. You get? But the black man will not even predict. You get? But you want to detect.
I think you're making sense, but don't you think when you're making sense, okay, this is something, you're trying to say something, you're trying to say sense, make sense in what you're saying, but when you're generalizing it, that is where any, you understand, even a layman is going to take it personally. Now, what you're saying, some, you understand, because even the white men do raise children. Do raise children that they find it difficult trying to structure them to doing what they think is best for them. It is true that when we find example, it's like you go to a family where there are 5 children. The child who is doing well in that family is always like the light of that family. And anywhere the parents stand, they will appreciate and be proud of that child. That promiscuous child, that child who is a little bit radical in that same family, doesn't get much credit, much public credit, as the one who obeys and goes by the rules and ways of the parents gets. Now, it is the same thing, it is applicable, that is applicable to the white, it is applicable to the black. But now, when we are exposed to what they want us to know, but now in our own case, we don't expose them to what we want them to know. We are like under we are like the sun under the sea. That sun doesn't move. So clear. And when we see it that way,
Angel was like, she has a mother agency, please come on, let us get her.
ne dit même pas que tu devais prendre les arbres pour over the Jordan side, the angels are praising the Lord.
So what is the point at the end of the
In
day?
a nutshell, the point where me I try to make an assumption, when you put down like white man will bring this video, black man will bring video, you still come back to that small thing when no, black man can all good and man will do is talk and
Now wait till I'm
talk to you talk and back. You say white man is predict the future of
hello. You never make everything you want, baby.
You said
as we me to leave me. I don't say I talk that thing.
I said I was talking to you.
And then wait to the point now. I understand the point.
You said I told you that the white that parents of the 90s could predict, could dictate the future of their kids. Very few could predict and dictate. Well, today, these days, we live in learned parents. They predict the future of their kids and encourages them in whatever way they can.
That's kind of like dictating, right? That's kind of like dictating.
No, if I predict the future of my
The
kids,
prediction here is because it's a child. If you encourage the child on doing this, it's just a polite way of predicting.
No,
you know.
not
It's just a polite way of detecting that the child should do something. I don't know, but
we do that, the white do that. That's what we said. Learned people. It's not everybody. You don't expect a huckleberry seller to be able to
Flatmates.
to be able to reason like a teacher, or you don't expect a huckleberry
Move to the
seller
stairs.
to be able to reason like somebody who works.
so at the end, what's the point? I really want to know the point.
Move
downstairs.
The point is
Let's go downstairs.
Move to the stairs, not downstairs.
there is no problem. We are saying one and the same thing, and the only problem is man, let's go downstairs. Big there.
There's no point.
The point is that there's no point. You cannot sit and tell me how whites predict the future of their kids and black dictate the future of their kids. That is wrong. Some, and it's equal. The whites do say they do predict that, and some whites don't.
And whites who don't.
That's what I'm saying. That it's equal. It's a balance something. Not all the whites are educated. Not all the whites.
I know what my daughter will do in the future right now.
Flatmates. You have a game tonight. Pair yourselves into two. Choose a partner. Do you understand? Flatmates. Move downstairs. Hold your partner.
Let's go.
Move into the sitting room. Sit with your partners. Who is not having a partner? Dieudonné, I will pair you with another. Flatmates. Instruction of the game. Two challengers will be put to compete against each other. You will pick up the balloon, blow in air, use it to collect all the 15 cups each. Flatmates. Instructions again. 2 challenges will be put to compete against each other. You'll pick up the balloon, blow in air while in the red cups. Each player is supposed to pick up 15 cups and drop on the table. After placing all 15 cups, use your hands to build a pyramid structure. After that, use the balloon to blow in air. Use the air to fit in the cups on each other. The house captain is exempted in this game. Dieudonné, replace the house captain. Now, the ninja will demonstrate to you. Watch carefully. You pick up all 15 cups in the same exact manner. Do you understand the game?
Yes, Biggy.
Now, he will build the pyramid with the 15 cups. Example. Now you will not use just 6 cups, but you will use 15 cups to build the pyramid. Now, fit in the cup. When it fits all at the last end, you fit in like that and show. Do you understand?
Yes, Biggy.
Flatmates.
Yes, Biggy.
Now, only 9 winners will compete in our traditional game, the Captain Band Search. You must win to compete in that game. Flatmates.
Yes, Biggy.
You have to complete the process within 3 minutes. Now, Ninja, you may leave. Team 1.
Jiba and Bishop. No.
Hey. The challenge is when you're joining the cups together with the balloon. If someone you get and you have to join how many cups need to fit in? It depends on the way you make your pyramid now. It's not the made a pyramid. Is one person going? Me or when? See, I'm not to compare against each other. I'm competing against you. No, they are not my pay. Automatically not going to participate in it. The devil means I'm automatically not going to participate in the house captain challenge. How can you say that? You normally with me now. It's not like now.
Diamond. Check your mic.
Yes, it's on, Biggy.
Driba, check your mic. Again. Now, Team Driba. Move forward. Remember, Driba, you're challenging Bishop. You have 3 minutes to complete the process. Pick a balloon. When I say start, you start. Start. Stop. You don't have to hold the balloon with your hands. Take the cups back.
Cold and doing. Hey.
One, 2, 3, start. Stop. Your time is up. Take back the cops. Dario, are you sure to compete? Are you sure? Next team. Angel and Magdo. One, 2, 3, start. Stop. Time is up. Take back the cups.
Mado. Mado, please.
Why Mado?
Mado.
Mado is that?
Callistus and Verna. Verna. Garde ton micro. One, 2, 3. Bhakti.
And that's
Stop. Your time is up. Next. Nunny Steen.
All they call the ink that they can be one. If you learn them. But that one the ink that is basically the ink that one better be outside.
Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Start.
That's the baby. No, I need. Yeah, because. Baby, you can do this. You can do it.
Stop. Your time is up. Tim Hansen. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, start.
You can do this, bro. Get on me.
Off his cup side. Off. Clement, no one has fallen. Remove that his cup. No. Let me take Hansen's cup. This one is Hansen's cup. Hansen, take by your cup. Good boy. That's not picking back his back. Hey!
Stop. Time is up.
No, you should sit down. We move up your hand.
Next team, Team Fish. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, start.
At least when you leave the table, it's a different thing. That's what I don't know. I later